Chapter 2194. Bang! A beam of starlight fell from the heavens and smashed into Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu was knocked back, and Du Xiaofu coughed up blood again. Du Xiaofu's body also began to crack, and his thunder martial vein had already dimmed. The Rock Emperor is already heavily injured. He can't fight anymore. The desolate country army was solemn. Everyone's eyes trembled. Under such heavy injuries, it would be difficult for him to hold on. Du Xiaofu can't hold on anymore. He's dead for sure. He still hasn't broken through to the Saint Realm. No matter how talented he is, what's the use? He's still going to stop here. If he doesn't enter the Saint Realm, he'll always be an ant. Sky City was in an uproar and it was extremely noisy. Everyone who supported legalism was extremely happy. They were looking forward to Du Xiaofu's defeat, or even his death. At this moment, even Master Hualei's scarlet-blue flaming eyes had unknowingly turned serious. How could Master Hualei not feel that this brat really couldn't hold on anymore? It was already a miracle that he could hold on until now. Even if he was compared to those ancient paragons of the same realm, he would be able to sweep through all of them. However, Du Xiaofu was still holding on. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his cracked body was drenched in blood. It made him look even more ferocious. His eyes showed no fear on his pale face. It seemed like he was at his limit, but there were many times when Du Xiaofu relied on Fang Jijia's mysterious power to revive everything in his body, and he was still able to hold on. Everything is being suppressed. Even my primordial spirit and meridian spirit are being suppressed. If this continues, I'm really going to lose. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. The feathers of the great ping wings on his back had already shattered, leaving only 36 true ping feathers that were about to wither and emit a golden light. Du Xiaofu was the clearest about his own condition. At this moment, the Daluo sword formation, meridian soul, and primordial spirit were also being suppressed. They were also exhausted to the extreme. Their bodies were cracked and blood flowed out. The indestructible Xian body could not withstand the pressure and was almost torn apart. Moo! Amidst the vision, Qin Yanlong's vain soul, Qi, roared as it came, wanting to destroy everything. Its huge body was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to crush the heavens. With the power of the spell and the warlock Saint Flag, its power was even more terrifying. Bang! This enormous hoe carried with it a monstrous force as it smashed into the five-fingered golden mountain peak formed by Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. The heavy impact caused everyone's heart to involuntarily tremble. The void rumbled and shattered, bringing with it mists as it erupted. Light overflowed into the heavens, as if it was going to devour everything. On the peak of the five-finger mountain, there were golden talisman patterns fluctuating. The aura caused the mountains to rumble, and they were knocked back continuously in the void. Du Xiaofu spat out another mouthful of blood. When his primordial spirit and meridian soul were struck, it was equivalent to his main body being struck by such a violent impact. Crack, crack, under everyone's gaze, several large cracks appeared on Du Xiaofu's physical body. His clothes were torn, and golden blood accompanied by faint purple electric arcs fluctuated. It was shocking. Brother! Rock Emperor! Brother Xiaofu is here. Hold on. Du Xiaoqing, Ghost Chariot, Tiger King, Du Shui, Du Hao, and the others gritted their teeth, their eyes trembling. They clenched their fists tightly, and their fingertips sank deep into their flesh. Roar! Du Xiaofu let out a loud roar. It sounded like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's roar that exploded in the void. Roar! The dragon's roar and the elephant's cry were vast and mighty. The domineering roar was like heavenly thunder that reverberated endlessly. Electric arcs swept across, causing the world to tremble and the universe to rumble. Many phantoms that were pouncing towards the world formed by the combination of the power of the spell and the warlock Saint Flag were shattered and destroyed one after another. How perverted! As expected of the Demon King. In Sky City, the experts and disciples of legalism were secretly shocked. As expected of the Demon King. At this time, he was still able to mobilize such a terrifying aura. It was too ferocious and chilling. Du Xiaofu kept vomiting blood. He was really exhausted and severely injured. His physical body was severely cracked and dripping with blood. If this continues, it will be a hopeless situation. Why can't I break through? Is it really a drumbeat of energy, then a decline of energy, and a depletion of energy by the third? Du Xiaofu thought to himself. If this continues, it will be a hopeless situation. He wanted to break through again, but in the end, he was still affected and failed, unable to take another step forward. I don't believe that anyone can stop me from breaking through, Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. At this time, only a breakthrough could reverse the situation. Boom! His aura gushed out. Du Xiaofu's body was dazzling. A mysterious energy rolled out. He wanted to break through by force. He wanted to take another step forward in this hopeless situation and step into the sage realm. Du Xiaofu was very clear about his situation. Only a breakthrough could give him hope. Otherwise, he would stop here today. He still wants to break through. The eyes of all the experts present trembled. They could sense Du Xiaofu's intentions. Even at this moment, Devil King Du Xiaofu was still thinking of breaking through in the midst of battle. Humph, you overestimate yourself. There is no chance. Qin Yunlong sneered. Not to mention that the former's chances of breaking through were very slim. Basically, there was no chance of success. After failing again and again, how could he break through to the sage realm? Moreover, he would not give him another chance. Boom. Moo. Qin Yunlong's aura collapsed and suppressed Du Xiaofu's physical body. His meridian spirit Hui kept colliding with the 5 peaks, not giving Du Xiaofu any chance to breathe. Bang bang! Du Xiaofu continued to hold on with his remaining strength. During this process, he kept trying to break through by force. His aura rose, but it was always blocked. It was as if there was an invisible hand isolating everything. His aura had risen to the bottleneck, but Du Xiaofu was still unable to break through. The situation was getting worse. Du Xiaofu was already an arrow at the end of its flight. His physical body had cracked and his flesh was badly mutilated. Du Xiaofu's clothes were covered in blood. Even the Dapeng golden wings on his back were badly mutilated. Du Xiaofu's aura, which had just risen, was beaten down again. His aura became very sluggish, as if he could be killed at any time. At this moment, Qin Yunlong was also very shocked and depressed. At this point, he had even used the Warlock Saint flag and his Meridian spirit. However, he was still unable to completely kill Yi Shiwen. That little bastard was too strange. His seemingly sluggish and cracked body was like a sponge. It was like a well deep in the mountains. It looked dry, but deep down it was still wet and could not be completely dried up. Rock Emperor! Brother Xiaofu! The desolate country's army trembled and screamed in their hearts. That bloody figure could not calm them down. Whoosh, whoosh from the sky, 2 graceful figures appeared in the void. They cut through the void and appeared. The 2 beautiful figures were in the sky. One of them had a graceful figure in a green dress. Her black hair fell to her perky buttocks. Her delicate face revealed an otherworldly elegance. The other was a beautiful woman, otherworldly. These 2 people were Du Xiaojing and Han Aodong. The movement in the void caught the attention of Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing immediately. When he saw that scene, purple lightning suddenly surged in Du Xiaojing's eyes. Xiaofu, my son. Han Aodong looked up and saw a young man covered in blood. It made her heart bleed. From her seemingly delicate body, a majestic and desolate aura rushed into the sky. She said in a delicate voice, "Haven't you bullied my family enough? Today, whoever dares to touch my son, I will fight them to the death." Her voice reverberated through the void. Many, Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing are here. When they saw the mother and daughter, Many of the legalism elders and experts suddenly became serious. Du Xiaojing had also recently stepped into the Saint Plane. If there were any changes, it would be a big problem. In front of the desolate country's army, Du Tingxian suddenly trembled. He immediately looked up at the Sky City. The two people he had been thinking about day and night had appeared there. Mother! Caught in a desperate situation, Du Xiaofu, who was in imminent danger, looked down and saw a familiar figure. It was his mother. I will fight it out with you. Mother! Han Aodong shouted. Her voice was hoarse. In an instant, her blood qi rushed into the sky. The sound of wind and thunder rang out from her body. Her body was covered in runes. Her forehead shone. Her eyes were bright and her aura shook the sky. Seeing Anne's blood-stained figure, seeing Anne's blood-drenched figure, Han Aodong immediately flew into a rage. Madness was the nature of a mother. Boom! Bright runes rushed out from all around. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Han Aodong's figure was in the sky. The primordial spirit storm around her was magnificent and desolate. It had a pressure that could not be challenged. A vision appeared on the void paper, covering the world. A terrifying aura instantly filled the sky. It was as if it could suppress the world, destroy everything, and shatter the void. This aura made the experts of legalism present suddenly change their expressions. Over the years, Han Aodong's cultivation had become more and more powerful. She was not far from the Saint Plane. This is their end. No one can interfere. Today your family will be reunited. Nothing will happen, Qin Tiangu said. A ripple appeared in Qin Tiangu's eyes without leaving a trace. He flicked his sleeve and immediately set up a screen of light above Sky City, isolating Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing from each other. Mother! Du Xiaojing's eyes swept over Huolei and little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, the green fox monster, and his father, Du Tingxian. His eyes flickered and he pulled his mother. In the Sky City, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair appeared on a tall building. He held a flagon of wine and drank alone. Du Xiaofu looked down at the sky. His eyes were blood-red. He thought back to when his mother was imprisoned by Han Ju in the legalism. Her tears were bloody and red. Those were tears of blood. That scene was still vivid in Du Xiaofu's mind, and anger burned in his chest. Veins bulged on Du Xiaofu's face. Purple gold lightning flickered in his eyes. They flickered with uncontrollable anger. At this moment, he was still being suppressed and was in imminent danger. He didn't even have the strength to fight for his life. He could only watch helplessly as his mother was blocked once again. He was powerless to do anything. A vein on his face twitched. Mother! Du Xiaofu shouted loudly like the roar of a dragon and the cry of an elephant. His fury was like the eruption of a volcano, and his voice went from low to high as he gradually roared. His face flushed red, veins popped out, and his expression was savage. Break through! Break through! Du Xiaofu roared. Along with his anger, his withering aura erupted like a volcano again. The disciples of legalism all felt a chill in their hearts for no reason. A feeling of horror surged from the depths of their souls. The Demon King was just too savage. Chapter 2195. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Boom. Du Xiaofu was enraged. He used all his strength to break through. Heaven and earth resonated and his aura shook the sky. With Du Xiaofu as the center, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Golden light filled the air, and golden runes appeared around him. It was as if the shadow of the rock was condensed again. Looking up at the sky, Du Xiaofu tried to break through to the Saint Plane. Golden runes continued to rush toward the bottleneck, communicating with a holy aura. No way, can this guy really break through? Some strong cultivators were astonished. Looking at the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, there were signs that he was about to break through. It can't be. It's almost impossible to break through after the first failure of the Saint Plane. This Demon King has failed consecutively. Can he still break through? Some people were doubtful and refused to believe it. In ancient times, when heavenly sovereigns ruled the world, they had never heard of anyone who failed to break through to the Saint Plane one after another and succeeded in the end. That was almost impossible. While everyone was guessing and doubting, Qin Yunlong's face was gloomy. He could not accept the fact that this little bastard was so strange after such a long battle. Qin Yanlong's heart sank. Within the momentum of the spell and the wizard's saint flag, stars rolled and divine birds and strange beasts appeared in the sky, as if they were pushing the world. With brilliant talisman patterns and terrifying attacks, they continued to crush Du Xiaofu. Qin Yunlong wanted to kill Du Xiaofu completely. He would not give Du Xiaofu any chance. Too strong. The strong cultivators of the desolate country army were shocked. Qin Yunlong's cultivation and the warlock saint flag were too strong. The huge power seemed to be able to control heaven and earth. It was hair-raising. Du Xiaofu was once again crushed by such a huge force. His body shook and blood flowed out. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was once again seriously injured. It was too horrible to look at. Xiaofu, on the city in the sky, Han Aodong screamed. Her heart was bleeding. Father, hold on. At this moment, little Xingxing's tiny fists were tightly clenched together as golden flames flickered in his eyes. Rock Emperor! Brother Xiaofu! The disciples of the desolate nation and the Du family were all screaming in their hearts. Why isn't it enough? Is the heavens trying to stop me? Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. At this moment, he was in despair. If this continued, he would definitely die. Having been severely injured, Du Xiaofu's body found it increasingly difficult to hold on. His essence soul bloodline soul was being suppressed by the Hui bloodline soul. The situation was getting worse and worse, and the crisis had reached its peak. Drip, drip, Du Xiaofu's entire body was covered in golden blood. From the moment he walked out of the stone city until now, this battle might not have been the most dangerous, but it was definitely the most powerless. He could be completely suppressed at any time and be seriously injured to the extreme. The situation was too dangerous. I can't break through. I can't break through no matter what. Du Xiaofu realized the seriousness of the problem. He had been unable to break through. He had exhausted all his means but to no avail. No matter how hard he tried to break through, it would be useless. Du Xiaofu finally understood. No wonder people said that once one failed to break through to the holy martial realm, it would get harder and harder. He had failed repeatedly, which meant that it was impossible for him to step into the holy martial realm. Why can't I? I can't accept this. Du Xiaofu was furious. He could feel the breakthrough, but he just couldn't. Was the heavens trying to stop him? Or was he missing something? Break through, Du Xiaofu roared again. He was still unwilling to give up. While fighting against Qin Yanlong, he unleashed the power hidden in his bones and tried his best to break through. Bang! Du Xiaofu suffered another strike, and he was blasted backwards. His body flew through the air, shattering the void, and blood splattered all over. Before the rising aura could start, it dissipated again. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Du Xiaofu struggled to get up in the void. The golden wings on his back had withered and broken, dripping with blood. The 36 feathers of the rock were also cracked, as if they were about to shatter. Du Xiaofu had failed, but he was unwilling to accept this. There was a kind of unparalleled brutality and madness in him. Du Xiaofu's body was almost completely cracked, revealing his golden bones and flowing blood. Xiaofu, my child. Han Aodong's eyes were bloodshot, and her voice was filled with pain. That was her flesh and blood, who had been tortured since birth. Almost all the pain in the world had fallen on him, but her child had gritted his teeth time and time again, rising through miracles to counterattack. However, at this moment, legalism was still unwilling to let him go and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. This was her child, her flesh and blood. Looking at the bloody, bone-deep body that was about to be torn apart, Han Aodong felt more pain than if she had been injured herself. Mother, Big Brother will be fine. I believe in Big Brother. I believe that Big Brother will be fine. Du Xiaojing pulled her mother, and her eyes were already wet. Looking at the young man who was bleeding in the void, Du Xiaojing felt a kind of stubbornness and unwillingness. She felt that he was not discouraged. This was the hope that her brother had given her. Qin Tiangu stood quietly in the void, as if he had traveled through time and space and descended directly from the ancient times. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Qin Tiangu's heart was also stirred. He had lived in that era and was once a peerless paragon. What kind of descendants had he not seen? What kind of mysterious and amazing talents had he not seen before? Many young paragons had shocked the ancient times, but in the end they all died. There was a saying since ancient times that paragons were like beautiful women, and they were not allowed to see white hair. Therefore, Qin Tiangu had seen too many stunning paragons, but in the end, they could not continue on and lost their brilliance, and were about to fall. But at this moment, looking at the young man who was dripping with blood, Qin Tiangu could not help but feel moved. Such a junior had given him too much of a shock. In the ancient times, he would be able to sweep across all directions. Once he grew to the end, he would shake the 9 heavens. Qin Tiangu could not help but think that if such a junior could be used by legalism, how immeasurable would that be? He would be able to help legalism prosper. Unfortunately, such a young man and legalism would not rest until one of them was dead. At this time, he could only solve it. Otherwise, legalism would not prosper but be annihilated. Du Xiaofu was vomiting blood non-stop. His entire chest was soaked with blood. Failure after failure, heavy injuries after heavy injuries. Du Xiaofu felt that he had really reached the end of his life. He had no more strength left. There seems to be something different. It's a strange feeling. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu calmed down after a short period of contemplation. He also felt something strange in his body. Du Xiaofu could feel that every time he failed to break through, the mysterious energy didn't completely dissipate. He did not know if it was because of Fang Jijia's ultimacy or the immortal Xian body, but there was a trace of mysterious energy that was actually left in the depths of his physical body. Even he could not detect it. If his physical body had not suffered such heavy injuries, coupled with the calmness just now, Du Xiaofu would not have been able to detect it. Bang! In this short period of time, Du Xiaofu was suppressed again. The shadows of the divine birds and ferocious beasts were like living creatures. They crushed Du Xiaofu's body fiercely. Du Xiaofu could not avoid it and was sent flying. Du Xiaofu vomited blood, and the cracks on his body became more and more severe. However, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Du Xiaofu struggled to fight again. Oh my God! Some of the legalism experts in Sky City could not help but exclaim. At this point, the Demon King was still able to hold on. The Rock Emperor! The desolate country's army cried out in alarm, worried that the blood-stained figure would fall and disappear. There really is something different. After Du Xiaofu struggled to get up, his pale face revealed some doubt and surprise. Du Xiaofu felt that every time Qin Yanlong suppressed him, the mysterious energy was able to integrate more and more with his bones and body. He was able to suppress the mysterious energy into the depths of his body. Du Xiaofu even felt that the reason he was able to withstand Qin Yanlong's heavy blows time and time again was because of Fang Jijia's profound meaning, the immortal Xian body, and the foundation of the golden-winged rock body. However, this was not all. The mysterious energy in his body was also an important reason. When Qin Yanlong's suppressive attacks fell on his body, his immortal Xian body and Fang Jijia's profound meaning coincidentally merged with the mysterious energy into the depths of his body. Du Xiaofu carefully sensed that as the mysterious energy merged with the depths of his body, it became exceptionally strong. There was a vague feeling of boundless vastness. It was very mysterious. This feeling made Du Xiaofu estimate that if enough of the mysterious energy entered his body, then his body would reach a higher level. He would be able to sublimate himself in this desperate situation. At that time, there would be unexpected benefits. Unfortunately, the mysterious energy would only leave a part of it in his body after a forced breakthrough failed and dissipated. Moreover, it was only with the help of Qin Yanlong's suppression that the mysterious energy could perfectly merge with his body. I can't break through to the Saint Realm, but if my body can sublimate at this time, then I might be able to obtain endless benefits. Chapter 2196. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, deep in thought. However, it was too dangerous to do so. Once he could not withstand Qin Yunlong's suppression, he would face the real danger of being destroyed, both body and soul. Sensing the change in Du Xiaofu, Qin Yunlong was puzzled. That kid seemed to have suddenly felt something different. There's no way out. I'll take the risk and break through the bottleneck. I'll borrow the power to reach the extreme. Du Xiaofu quickly made a decision. At this point, there was no way out but to retreat. Looking at his mother and sister below Sky City from the corner of his eye, Du Xiaofu knew he had to take the risk. Retreating was never Du Xiaofu's choice. Breakthrough for me. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth, his whole body glowing, like a spring gushing out from a well that was on the verge of drying up. A golden light surged out, shaking the void as he tried to break through again. It can't be. This demon king is still thinking about breaking through to the Saint Realm. Many people were shocked. At this point, it was difficult to even escape. The demon king was seriously injured to such an extent, and he clearly knew that the chances of breaking through were slim, yet he was still trying to break through. This was too cruel. Was he not afraid of death? Death is near and you still want to break through. You overestimate yourself. Qin Yunlong shouted. His voice was like thunder, and his momentum collapsed. It transformed into a giant palm that emitted a resplendent radiance. Mysterious runes interweaved, and it was as resplendent as the sun as it bombarded towards Du Xiaofu. Come! Du Xiaofu shouted, savage and cruel, violent and awe-inspiring. Boom! Du Xiaofu was sent flying again, spitting out blood. Golden blood spurted out from his body. The supreme blood did not dissipate, rising again, and the aura of breaking through also dissipated again. Qi! In the space not far away, Du Xiaofu got up again. He stood in the void with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. However, there was a sneer in his eyes. Everything was going according to Du Xiaofu's plan. This time, he purposely made use of Qin Yanlong's power to capture even more of the mysterious power brought about by the forced breakthrough and fused it into the depths of his body. It was as if a seed had been buried in the depths of his body. The seemingly broken body was the soil in which the seed had been planted. In the depths of the mottled soil, a seed was taking root and sprouting. As long as it was fertilized and watered, sooner or later, some new life would break out of the soil and blossom with vitality. Raising his blood-stained hand, Du Xiaofu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A cold smile appeared on his face, but it only made him look even more ferocious. Breakthrough! No one can stop me from breaking through, not even the heavens! Du Xiaofu roared. He exhausted all his strength and burned his blood to break through the bottleneck again. He wanted to break through to the Saint Martial realm. Everyone was dumbfounded and their eyes were dull. At this time, the Demon King still wanted to break through. He knew it was impossible, but he still did it. He was so cruel. Outside Sky City, in the vast plaza, this huge commotion had already attracted many powerhouses. They stood far away and did not dare to approach. However, when they saw the terrifying commotion in front of them, they were so shocked that their hearts trembled. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is not dead. He is fighting with the divine ancestor of legalism, Qin Yanlong. The Demon King has failed to break through again and again, but he is still trying to break through. How cruel! Qin Yanlong has been a Saint Martial Realm expert for a long time. The Demon King is so strong that he can fight to this extent. As expected of the Demon King, the onlookers watched from afar and felt their hair stand on end. They were terrified. In my world, I am the heavens. I can't even protect myself, let alone break through. Qin Yanlong roared. He actually did not kill that brat. This was too strange. If he continued to fight, he would lose face. Rumble. He could no longer maintain his face. Qin Yanlong formed a hand seal, and the Dharma Sage flag unfurled in the void. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky all around. It was as if a god had appeared and pushed the sun, moon, and stars. It carried the mountains, rivers, and earth and directly suppressed Du Xiaofu. This kind of power was too great. Du Xiaofu did not dare to take it head-on. Qin Yanlong wanted to kill him. Purple Gold Heavenly Tower, Daluo Sword Formation, help me! Du Xiaofu said. The purple gold heavenly tower in his palm, that he had not used yet, left his hand. Buzz. Wind and thunder resounded. The purple gold heavenly tower appeared in the sky. It was as if a phoenix was facing the sun, as if a divine turtle was entrenched. A dazzling light erupted like a suppressed volcano. Dazzling talisman runes soared into the sky, causing wind and thunder to blow. Ghosts cried and gods howled, as if there were gods and demons roaring. Rumble! Rumble! A terrifying demonic aura swept out, and the void trembled violently. As the purple gold light bloomed, the god of weapons appeared in the sky. It was as if an azure dragon had soared into the sky and dominated the 9 heavens. With the appearance of such a divine weapon, the surrounding void collapsed. The terrifying aura made one's soul tremble. This was the power of the purple gold heavenly tower itself. With Du Xiaofu's current situation, he was unable to activate the purple gold heavenly tower. He could only rely on the purple gold heavenly tower itself. That's the Demon King's weapon. It's a divine weapon. Divine. When the purple gold heavenly tower appeared in the sky, everyone was shocked. The powerful power was as if a peerless demon had awakened and was looking down on the world. It was enough to destroy everything. Awo! The appearance of the peerless divine weapon was accompanied by the cries of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of birds and tortoises. In an instant, within the dazzling purple gold runes, the shadows of a green dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, and a black tortoise appeared. When the shadows of the 4 beasts appeared, the space around them collapsed. The shocking pressure became even more shocking. The aura of the peerless divine weapon spread out, directly occupying the sky. The terrifying aura of the 4-headed shadows surged in all directions, blotting out the heavens and the earth. As the terrifying sword chi swept through the air, streaks of sword light flew out, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the spatial ripples. Whoosh, 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 whoosh! The Daluo sword formation also erupted at the end. Resplendent sword light tore through the air, intimidating the soul. Rumble! This kind of collision caused the void to sink and explode unceasingly. Everyone was terrified as they stared into the depths of the void. However, the weaker beings didn't even dare to raise their heads. Just a glance at the collision was too much for them to bear. After a few seconds, everything calmed down a little. Pft, pft, under many trembling gazes, Du Xiaofu spat out blood. His body was blasted away once more, and blood poured out like a waterfall. The purple gold heavenly tower and the Daluo sword formation dimmed. The sword light and the 4 beasts were crushed. Come! Qin Yunlong shouted. The wizarding saint flag spread out from the void like a tornado. Accompanied by a powerful force, it was resplendent and dazzling. With a supreme force, it enveloped the Daluo sword formation behind the purple gold heavenly tower. Regardless of whether it was the Daluo sword formation or the purple gold heavenly tower, how could Qin Yunlong not be tempted by such treasures? Qin Yunlong was sure that if these 2 treasures fell into his hands and he refined them, they would be enough to help him dominate the world. Buzz! Awo! The Daluo sword formation and the purple-gold heavenly tower rumbled. They wanted to break free from the Wizarding Saint Flag's imprisonment, but they were suppressed by the Wizarding Saint Flag's supreme force and could not break free. In the end, they were completely imprisoned by the Wizarding Saint Flag, sealed by the might of the Wizarding Saint Flag. Du Xiaofu stood up again. His body had cracked to a terrifying extent. His body was almost completely shattered. His bones were dripping with blood, and his skin was torn open. Even his internal organs could be seen in a few large cracks. When he saw Du Xiaofu stand up, Qin Yunlong could no longer remain calm. Qin Yunlong really didn't want to believe it, nor could he accept everything. Even at this stage, that little bastard was like an unkillable cockroach that could get up again and again. If it were anyone else, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Break through for me! Du Xiaofu stood up and roared. He used all his strength and rushed out of his body once again. He wanted to break through the bottleneck and forcefully break through. Rumble! Perhaps it was because Du Xiaofu's stubbornness and ferocity time and time again that it resonated with heaven and earth. The surroundings trembled, and light overflowed into the sky. Du Xiaofu seemed to have connected heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying wave descended from the depths of the void. Pressure surged and rumbled with his body. A mysterious saintly might filled the sky. Oh my God, he can't really succeed, right? There were experts who cried out in alarm. They were extremely shocked. I've said it before. This is my world, and I am the heavens. How can you go against the heavens? Qin Yunlong roared angrily. His expression was already cold. He threw out a punch, and accompanied by the roars of divine birds and ferocious beasts, it collapsed heavily. Rumble! Such a punch shattered the void, and sent Du Xiaofu flying again. Such a heavy blow caused Du Xiaofu to vomit blood and cry out in pain. At this point of exhaustion, such a heavy blow was too heavy. Du Xiaofu felt like his body was about to shatter, and his flesh was about to be smashed into meat paste. Although Du Xiaofu had experienced the tempering of his physical body countless times, it was still unbearable. Such an intense pain was still unbearable. It was too torturous. It was a painful torment. However, Du Xiaofu didn't forget his original intention. With Qin Yunlong's strength, he let the mysterious power left behind by the failure of the breakthrough fuse into the depths of his physical body. This breakthrough caused a huge commotion, and the mysterious power left behind was also extraordinarily large. This mysterious power came from heaven and earth. Under Qin Yunlong's heavy blow, it helped Du Xiaofu fuse into the depths of his physical body. When this mysterious power entered Du Xiaofu's physical body, it emitted a divine brilliance with auspicious clouds. However, it was undetectable in the depths of his physical body. However, the power just now was extraordinarily large. In addition to Qin Yunlong's heavy blow, Du Xiaofu's physical body was already on the verge of cracking. It was as if Du Xiaofu was going to be completely torn apart. Du Xiaofu screamed again. He was coughing up blood, and blood was flowing out of his body. The cracks all over his body were also intensifying. He was like a bomb that could explode at any time. Fuse completely! Du Xiaofu roared in his heart again. He gritted his teeth and endured everything. With the help of Qin Yunlong's strength, he guided the mysterious power into the depths of his physical body. Finally, it covered his entire body, and he wanted to complete the ultimate sublimation of his physical body. Du Xiaofu wanted his physical body to obtain supreme benefit. Since he couldn't really break through to the Saint Realm, his physical body was his only choice. There was no way back. Chapter 2197. Boom! A trembling sound came from Du Xiaofu's body, and wisps of divine light spread out from his body. In an instant, there was a dazzling fluctuation of light from Du Xiaofu's body. At that moment, waves of energy descended from all directions and surged into Du Xiaofu's body. They were absorbed by Du Xiaofu. Oh no! Qin Yanlong's expression changed. He felt that some things were beyond his expectations. It turned out that the little bastard had been using him to make a breakthrough. Something's not right. The old monster Green Fox, the Nether Demon, Little Xingxing, Dugu Skyburn, and other existences also saw that change. It seemed that there was something wrong with everything. Du Xiaofu was completely fusing with the mysterious power in his body. He did not give up and wanted to sublimate his body to another level. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body glowed. Divine light surged out from his body and resonated with heaven and earth. What's going on with that demon king? Is he about to make a breakthrough? Legalism experts, elders, and clansmen in Sky City were all stunned. It seemed that the demon king Du Xiaofu was not right. It seemed that he was about to make a breakthrough. Du Xiaofu's body glowed. Every inch of his flesh and blood surged with a mysterious light. His body was like a small sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Boom! The sky rumbled. Mysterious talisman runes appeared around Du Xiaofu's body, emitting a mysterious power with a saintly aura. This time, Qin Yanlong's technique could not be stopped by space. There was even an invisible aura that was sacred and domineering. It made Qin Yanlong's heart tremble for no reason. Fusion, sublimate to the extreme. Du Xiaofu shouted in his heart. He did his best to fill his body with the mysterious power in his body. It was as if he was fertilizing the mottled soil. He wanted the seed to sprout and break through the soil. The void rumbled, and heaven and earth trembled. This commotion caused Qin Yunlong to be stunned. Rumble, heavenly music resounded in the void, and the light was dazzling. From the depths of the blue dome of heaven, brilliant light and mysterious power descended, pouring down on Du Xiaofu's body. It seemed that he was about to experience some kind of success. Pucci, however, in the next instant, Du Xiaofu coughed out a mouthful of supreme being blood. His body flew out, and the light around him dimmed. All the movements and pressure in the surroundings disappeared. Du Xiaofu's body was covered in cracks and blood was flowing out. The wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen. Even his internal organs could be clearly seen. On Du Xiaofu's back, the Dapeng golden wings were about to fall off. There were several large wounds on Du Xiaofu's back and chest, almost tearing his body apart. This made one's hair stand on end. Pucci, Du Xiaofu kept coughing up blood. The blood in his body was also flowing out, but it was getting smaller and smaller. It wasn't that Du Xiaofu's wounds were getting smaller, but that the blood flowing out of his body was getting smaller and smaller. His blood was almost dried up. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's injuries were extremely severe. He was almost torn apart. Looking from afar, Du Xiaofu's body seemed to be barely pieced together. Any movement would be enough to shatter it. Moo! In the void not far away, Qin Yanlong's Hui beast vein spirit was no different from a living creature. It roared like thunder, destroying everything in its path. It kept hitting the five-fingered golden mountain, leaving deep cracks on it. It seemed that the sturdy five-fingered mountain was in danger of shattering. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth as he supported his body that had been torn to pieces. His expression was grave. It seemed like he was about to succeed. Just as he was about to succeed, he failed at the last step. At this moment, only Du Xiaofu knew that his failure was because he was still a little short of that mysterious power. He was just a little bit away from success. However, this failure also made Du Xiaofu's injuries worse. His body was almost torn apart. It was a kind of backlash. Du Xiaofu looked a little sluggish. He was thinking, if this went on, if it happened again, he was afraid that his body would collapse without Qin Yanlong's help. It seems like he's in a desperate situation. There are no more miracles. It's impossible to make a comeback. The spectators in the distance and the people in Sky City were silent. Du Xiaofu was in a desperate situation. After all, he couldn't be compared with a real Saint Realm expert. It was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in battle. Failure after failure meant that he was destined to have no fate with the Saint Martial realm in the future. It's time to stop here. He might even lose his life. Some of the spectators in the distance sighed. The Demon King Du Xiaofu's talent was too heaven-defying. However, no matter how heaven-defying he was about to fall at this moment. He might even lose his life. He's dead for sure. He's doomed to fall. So what if his talent is great? In the end, he will stop at the Saint Realm. His previous brilliance is nothing. The brilliance at the end is the true brilliance of the world. Many people from the legalism group sneered and were very happy. Many old men and experts from the legalism group heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, this big problem was finally no longer a problem. Du Xiaofu stood in the void. His injuries were severe to the extreme. His body was in tatters. Even his blood had almost dried up. His body was on the verge of collapse. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. The Daluo sword formation and the purple golden lightning were imprisoned. The scarlet horse monkey's soul and spirit were also in imminent danger. Du Xiaofu was truly in a desperate situation. Seeing this, Qin Yanlong was in no hurry to make a move. He knew that a casual slap from him at this moment would be enough to tear this little bastard to pieces. Little bastard, is this the end? If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, perhaps I will spare your life today. Qin Yanlong sneered. His voice was ear-piercing. He deliberately mixed his voice with Xian Qi and echoed in the world. In the depths of Qin Yanlong's heart, how could he really let Du Xiaofu go? Even if he had to kowtow 3 times, he still wouldn't let him go. All he wanted was humiliation. He only wanted more humiliation before this little bastard died. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Rock Emperor! Brother Xiaofu! The desolate country army and the disciples of the Du family couldn't help but tremble. The black-haired man had fought until the last drop of blood. He was still standing tall. How shocking! Han Aodong didn't cry anymore. She just looked up at the bloody man's eyes in the void. Even the word pain could not describe it. Come again. Just a little more. Du Xiaofu stood shakily in the void. At this moment, he knew that if he failed, his body would be torn apart and he would be killed by himself. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. He didn't retreat. Just a little more. Du Xiaofu didn't want to give up. He couldn't give up either. The hand seals were condensing. In Du Xiaofu's shaky body, Fang Jijia's ultimacy was circulating. He was accumulating energy and his aura fluctuated. Boom! When Du Xiaofu's last hand seal was condensed, the golden blood in his body suddenly shone brightly. It was the burning of the sovereign blood. The burning of the sovereign blood was self-destruction. This was self-torture. It was purely playing with himself to death. Du Xiaofu pondered in his heart. If he failed this time, he wouldn't be far from death. At this moment, only by burning the sovereign blood could he continue accumulating energy to break through the bottleneck. Just relying on the recovery of Fang Jijia's ultimacy was far from enough to accumulate enough energy to break through the bottleneck again. Breaking through the bottleneck and trying to break through by force was just what others thought. However, Du Xiaofu's true goal was to capture the mysterious energy of heaven and earth if he failed. Du Xiaofu felt that he was just a little bit away from that mysterious energy, and then the seed in his body would sprout and break out of the ground. However, if he failed again, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was very likely that his body and soul would be destroyed. Boom! Du Xiaofu was fearless. He had already made his decision. He didn't turn back. This was Du Xiaofu's stubbornness and self-confidence. Break through! Du Xiaofu shouted. His exhausted aura, supported by the burning of the sovereign blood and Fang Jijia's ultimacy, once again soared into the sky. In an instant the void shook. Rumble! At this moment the sky trembled. Wind and thunder resounded. A mysterious energy descended, illuminating the surroundings. This kind of movement caused people's hearts to tremble and their souls to feel uneasy. The demon king is burning the sovereign blood. He still won't give up. He wants to break through by force. Burning the sovereign blood, if he fails, it's the same as courting death. The demon king won't let himself go. He's too savage. Everyone was shocked and their eyes trembled. The demon king's actions were truly incomprehensible. Chapter 2198. Rock Emperor, you must succeed. Big Brother Xiaofu. The desolate country's army and the Du clan's disciples clenched their fists tightly and stared intently. This was their last hope and the desolate country's hope. Succeed. You must succeed. The general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, Tang Wu, Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and the others all had solemn expressions as they clenched their fists and weapons tightly. On the warship, there was a beautiful figure tempting him. Her eyes seemed to be suffused with mist, and her face was enough to cause the downfall of countries and cities. She was Yi Zijin. Her eyes were grave and her face was ashen. She didn't speak, but she bit her lower lip so hard that it bled. There was also the phantom, blood-vine spirit, and the others looking at the sky with grave expressions. Child, you must succeed. The desolate country can't do without you. Tianwu Academy can't do without you. The South vanquishing prince, the North vanquishing prince, and the elders of the Du clan were muttering and praying. I've said it before. How can you defy the heavens? Looking at the commotion caused by Du Xiaofu, Qin Yanlong felt uneasy. Without further delay, he formed seals with his hands. Boom! In an instant, Qin Yanlong formed a palm that was as resplendent as the stars. It was covered in dazzling talisman runes and expanded with the wind. Accompanied by the illusory figures of divine beasts, it smashed the void. Wherever the palm passed, the void would shatter as it smashed heavily towards Du Xiaofu. Boom, boom, ow! The void exploded and energy surged. Violent energy swept across the area as the deafening cries of the divine beasts were incessant. The commotion in the void disappeared. When the void that had been blasted apart was restored once again, everyone saw that Du Xiaofu's burning self-esteem was extinguished. His aura was also extremely weak. Crack, crack! Du Xiaofu no longer spat out blood. His body was cracking continuously, but there was no more blood flowing out. Du Xiaofu's entire body seemed to have withered and lost its luster. The cracks on his body grew larger and larger until there were no more fluctuations of light. Even his skull began to emit cracking sounds. Du Xiaofu's body was completely cracked. At this moment, it was not difficult for everyone to discover that Du Xiaofu's body did not have any aura fluctuations. It was like an oil lamp that had run out of light and vitality. Du Xiaofu's skull was cracking. Even if he wasn't dead, he was definitely not far from death. Rock Emperor, Brother Xiaofu. Within the army of the desolate country, a voice filled with grief could be heard. On the warship, there were people who staggered with tears in their eyes. They were filled with grief and indignation. Rock Emperor. The sorrowful cries of the warship resounded, the sorrowful song striking the foundations, shocking everyone. There won't be any miracles this time, right? He failed, ignited his supreme being blood, destined to fall. Sigh, his talent is too heaven-defying, but he still can't step into the saint realm. This has incurred the jealousy of the heavens. The onlookers in the distance sighed. The demon king Du Xiaofu's talent was too terrifying and abnormal, causing the heavens to be jealous and suppressed by the heavens. It's finally over. The disaster has been eliminated. In Sky City, the disciples of the legalism school cheered with joy. Qin Tiangu's eyes flickered, and then he looked at Huolezi without leaving a trace. Qin Tiangu had been staring at Huolezi, afraid that he would intervene. At this moment, seeing that Huolezi didn't really intervene, he was a little surprised. Du Xiaofu's body stood in the void just like that. Unknowingly, his eyes were closed tightly and his head was lowered. His body was cracked to the extreme, and there was no longer any light. Even his aura could not be felt. Du Xiaofu had used up the last of his strength to forcefully break through the bottleneck. Even the sovereign blood had been burned. Du Xiaofu was truly an oil lamp that had run out of energy. There was no longer a trace of energy in his body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a real corpse. His whole body was shriveled, and there was no color of blood. He was like a withered tree trunk, empty and lifeless. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's consciousness still existed in his body. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to be in this withered and lifeless body, and it was becoming more and more blurred. Du Xiaofu could still clearly feel that he had failed to break through under Qin Yanlong's palm, but he had clearly captured a lot of mysterious energy and merged it into his body. However, at this moment it seemed that there was no reaction. He could not even feel the existence of that mysterious energy in his body. Du Xiaofu could not even feel Fang Jijia's mysterious profound energy. His body was truly an oil lamp that had run out of energy. Under the blurred consciousness, Du Xiaofu felt that his body was about to completely disintegrate, and he was about to die. Everything was dimming. Am I really going to die? Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, but I don't want to die yet. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still unwilling to give up. There was a strong desire surging from the bottom of his heart. Du Xiaofu did not want to hand his life over to anyone. There were too many things that had yet to be done. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's mind flashed with his mother, drunkard father, sister, little Xingxing, Ouyang Shuang, Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin, Du Xiaowang, and the others. These were all things that he could not let go of. I can't die. There are too many people waiting for me. Du Xiaofu screamed in his heart. He was like a bright light in the darkness that refused to be extinguished. He was unwilling to give up. However, Du Xiaofu's body could not hold on any longer. His aura had completely faded, and there was no sign of life. Crack, crack, faint cracking sounds kept coming from Du Xiaofu's body. Even his skull had started to crack. His body was about to die. Crack, crack. Not far away, the cracks on the Five-Finger Mountain seemed to be getting more and more serious. The light started to dim and the aura continued to fade. He's dead. He's finally dead. At this moment, Qin Yunlong, who had been staring at Du Xiaofu with rapt attention, revealed a cold smile on his aged face. Qin Yunlong could feel that the little bastard's body had completely lost its vitality. He was dead for sure. Dead. He's finally dead. Everyone in Sky City was cheering. They were overjoyed. The big problem was finally solved. Kid, you bastard. Are there no more miracles? Zhen Qingchuan's inverted triangular eyes were wet. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped up by Qin Yunlong's technique. He lowered his head but did not fall. The cracks on his body were like spider webs. He was like a dried corpse without any signs of life. He was like a completely dried-up oil lamp. Rumble! Suddenly, a thunderous rumble resounded in the sky, and it caused all the living beings in the surroundings to tremble with fear and shudder for no reason. Boom! Then, in front of everyone's eyes, when Du Xiaofu's physical body completely lost its vitality, when it was completely exhausted, a mysterious power surged from the depths of his physical body. It was like a seed hidden in the depths of his body had started to sprout. It broke through the soil and bloomed with vitality. The mysterious energy gushed out and densely covered Du Xiaofu's entire body, and ancient and mysterious talisman markings gushed out. Rumble! Everything happened very quickly. Just as Du Xiaofu's oil lamp was about to run out, a vast and mysterious aura surged into the sky like an ocean, shaking the void. At this moment, Qin Yunlong's technique and Warlock Saint Flag could not stop it. That mysterious force surged out of Du Xiaofu's body, causing his body to glow. Divine light rippled and mist gushed out. Rumble! At this moment, heaven and earth were also affected. Above the firmament, wind and clouds surged. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A dazzling divine light, accompanied by a mysterious surging aura, suddenly descended from the firmament and landed on Du Xiaofu's body. The mysterious aura that descended from the sky was fluctuating from runes and runes. It complemented the mysterious aura in Du Xiaofu's body. The two flowed like divine light and enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Buzz buzz. Du Xiaofu's body emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Inside his body there was a clang. Originally, Du Xiaofu's body was dim and lifeless. However, at this moment, it was densely covered in divine light from the inside out and then from the outside in again. Every inch of Du Xiaofu's flesh and blood was blazing and dazzling. Along with the baptism of the mysterious aura, it emitted a vast and mighty pressure. In a flash, the wounds on Du Xiaofu's body miraculously healed. They were densely covered with purple electric arcs and nourished with golden blood. Buzz buzz. The mysterious aura poured into Du Xiaofu's body, causing Du Xiaofu's body to feel like it was being cleansed. There was an endless clang that shook one's soul. Chapter 2199. At the same time, for some reason, the surrounding demonic beasts trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. The divine souls of the surrounding creatures trembled as they looked at the body that was burning with vitality again. They trembled from the bottom of their hearts and wanted to worship him involuntarily. The void in all directions was dazzling and rumbling like thunder. Du Xiaofu's head was still lowered and his eyes were tightly shut. His cracked body, dried-up aura, and withered golden rock wings were all turning around and reviving. Under the mysterious energy of heaven and earth, ancient runes appeared on Du Xiaofu's body, exuding a kind of divine dominance. Wisps of mysterious energy were visible to the naked eye, like spiritual snakes, surrounding Du Xiaofu's body. They descended from the 9 heavens according to a certain order and finally merged into Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! The dried-up vitality in Du Xiaofu's body was like a desert that had encountered dew and was reviving. Like soil that had recovered its vitality, it was full of vitality and instantly bloomed. What's going on? Qin Yanlong was shocked. That terrifying aura made his heart tremble for no reason. Qin Tiangu's expression also changed and his eyes rippled with surprise. Huolei, the old monster green fox, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were also shocked and confused. Mother, there's a turn for the better. Brother has a turn for the better. He'll be fine. In the Sky City, Du Xiaojing held Han Aodong's hand tightly in midair. Oh no, there's something wrong with this kid. Qin Yanlong was secretly shocked. That terrifying aura made him uneasy and made his heart tremble for no reason. At this moment, although Qin Yanlong didn't know what had happened, he could feel that what was happening to Du Xiaofu was definitely not good for him. Kill! Qin Yanlong attacked again without any hesitation. With the power of the heaven and earth, his attack swept across the sky. The cries of divine birds and strange beasts were heard. It was as if he was pushing the sun, the moon, and the stars. Amidst the rumbling of the void, he pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Upon seeing this, little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Dingshuan's expressions changed. Their auras surged at the same time. Don't be impatient. We still can't see through everything. That brat should know what's going on. Otherwise, he wouldn't act so rashly. At the same time, Huolei Zi's voice transmitted to Du Tingxian, little Xingxing, and Du Xiaoyao. Boom! The great momentum collapsed, the void rumbled, and the strange phenomenon continued. The vast destructive power ruthlessly smashed towards Du Xiaofu in an instant. However, before the destructive force could approach Du Xiaofu, it was blocked by the mysterious energy of the world. It formed a terrifying vortex and directly swallowed the destructive attack. Rumble, the void trembled. Following the impact of Qin Yanlong's destructive attack, it seemed to have been transformed by the mysterious energy of the world. It turned into an even more surging energy that surged into Du Xiaofu's body. The surging energy was like a flood. It flowed through Du Xiaofu's body and covered it with dazzling mysterious runes from the inside out. A layer of purple-gold electric arcs filled the air and covered it with a layer of golden light. It reflected a purple-gold color. Divine splendor filled the air and mist fluctuated. Bastard! Qin Yanlong's body was pushed back. His eyes were extremely gloomy. He had just felt a mysterious force with boundless heaven's might that pushed him back. Qin Yanlong could even feel that the mysterious heavens might seem to be a warning from the heaven and earth. It was warning him that if he attacked again, there would be terrible consequences. Buzz! Suddenly, space rumbled, and another thunderous sound resounded, shaking one's heart and soul. The living beings trembled in fear as they looked towards the source of the fearful sound waves. They saw that on the surface of the Five-Finger Mountain that was originally crushed by the Hui beast to the point of being crushed into pieces, an endless dazzling golden talisman secret pattern light burst out like a waterfall along with the thunderous sound coming out from the surface of the Five-Finger Mountain that was as dull as an ordinary stone. Boom! Boom! The mysterious runes on the golden runes were dazzling. Golden light filled the sky. A pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. It was as if it wanted to suppress and destroy this space. Silver-gold electric arcs rippled on the golden mountain. The mysterious runes on the runes evolved and grew as if they had been given life. The Tao of the heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. The heaven and earth see people as mayflies, and the great Tao sees the heaven and earth as bubbles. Only the true nature of the primordial spirit surpasses the primordial spirit, and its essence will fade with the heaven and earth. However, as long as the primordial spirit exists, it is infinite. It is born from the heaven and earth. If you want to see the primordial spirit, you must first see the light of the primordial spirit. This light is the light of the primordial spirit. Without light, it is difficult to find the primordial spirit. A voice like this muttered to itself from the Five-Finger Mountain. Ancient runes flashed and rotated, but no one could hear it. Boom! However, at the same time, a mysterious energy of the heaven and earth, which was the same as the one that was nourishing Du Xiaofu's body, suddenly descended from the heavens and enveloped the Five-Finger Mountain. The originally cracked, dim, and lusterless Five-Finger Mountain was now filled with dense spiritual energy. Everything was recovering. A powerful aura began to grow within the Five-Finger Mountain. It communicated with the heaven and earth, giving people the feeling that it was the beginning of the heaven and earth. Rumble, the Five-Finger Golden Mountain released a dazzling golden light. An endless aura swept across the sky. For some reason, both inside and outside Sky City, the mountains and earth rumbled for no reason. The continuous mountain peaks trembled, and huge waves rolled up in the rivers. Awo! Under such pressure, the demonic beasts whined and crawled, and the primordial spirits of living beings trembled. Moo, as if it had sensed something, Qin Yunlong's bloodline soul, the Ho, trembled. It did not dare to approach and instinctively retreated. Heavens, what's going on? The commotion is too great. What's going on? This kind of pressure is unbearable. Could it be that the demon king Du Xiaofu is breaking through? The living beings were shocked and their eyes widened. The commotion shook the heavens, and the heaven and earth resonated endlessly. The disciples of the legalism school were stunned. Although they did not know what was going on, they could feel that at the last moment, the demon king Du Xiaofu seemed to have caused this terrifying commotion. In the desolate country's army, everyone's eyes trembled as they waited with bated breath. Miracle, this guy has brought about another miracle, the general muttered to himself. His hands were clenched tightly, and his eyes shone with divine light. Such a commotion caused all living beings to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? It doesn't seem like a breakthrough. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe was surprised. although it was not difficult to feel that the demon king Du Xiaofu seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation and sublimation at this moment, it did not seem like he was breaking through to the saint realm. Rumble. Du Xiaofu's physical body became more and more dazzling, and the purple-gold color became more and more transparent. The broken great ping wings on Du Xiaofu's back recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a willow tree sprouting tender shoot. They swelled with the wind, flickering with golden light. The 36 true ping feathers were resplendent. Du Xiaofu's physical body had been tempered and precipitated by death. All of his vitality and energy had been consumed. Even the supreme blood had been burned away. Everything had been exhausted. In the end, Du Xiaofu recovered. Few people in the world could withstand such a process of life and death. However, Du Xiaofu succeeded. His judgment was right. He integrated the mysterious energy of heaven and earth into his body, which brought endless benefits to his physical body. What Du Xiaofu didn't know was that he had inadvertently comprehended a terrifying fleshly body technique by making such a judgment and act without hesitation. With Qin Yanlong's attack and suppression, it was equivalent to clearing out everything in his body. With the help of Qin Yanlong's power, he integrated the mysterious energy of heaven and earth into his body. It was equivalent to starting all over again. It was another cleansing and nirvana. This situation was inconceivable and shocking in itself. That kind of mysterious energy of heaven and earth could only be captured when one failed to break through to the saint realm. Ordinary people could not wait to break through to the saint realm. Who would be like Du Xiaofu, who forcibly broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the saint martial arts realm again and again in order to capture the mysterious energy of heaven and earth and integrate it into his body. This was absolutely impossible for others, but Du Xiaofu had no way out. And even if someone really did what Du Xiaofu did, their physical body would not be able to withstand everything that was going to happen. They would have been suppressed to death long ago. Only a freakish physical body like Du Xiaofu's, coupled with the strange effects of the immortal Xian body, could succeed. Not to mention that Du Xiaofu had almost killed himself in the end. Such a coincidence and ferocity were difficult to replicate. Only Du Xiaofu dared to do so. Not long after, the divine brilliance in Du Xiaofu's physical body began to release a kind of saint power, and the light was boundless. Boom! The void trembled for no reason. Above the void, a dazzling rain of light poured down. A dazzling ray of light descended like the sun, accompanied by an extremely vast aura that spread out and directly integrated into the space of Qin Yanlong's magical technique potential. Finally, this extremely vast aura spread from the void to the entire sky city and the sky plane in all directions. This light was like saint light, pouring down from the 9 heavens, and an endless amount of unfamiliar aura spread out. When this aura descended, there was no lightning, no thunder, no endless heavenly music. But there was saint light shining everywhere, and the divine brilliance fluctuated, enveloping the entire void. It made people's souls tremble for no reason, and their hearts trembled. The light fell from the sky, silently enveloping Du Xiaofu's physical body. The two were connected and became one. All the living beings present, whether it was the increasing number of onlookers in the distance, or the desolate country's army and the disciples of legalism, were all affected by this terrifying effect at this moment. A wave of heaven and earth's pressure fluctuated, and no one could resist it. At this moment, even the cultivators at the domain realm, except for the supremes, felt their bodies go limp, and they could not help but kneel down on one knee. Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Du Yunlong, Dugu Fenshin, and the other supremes were not in a better situation. That enormous pressure made them, as supremes, feel as if they had met the Emperor of Supremes, and they could not help but want to bow down and worship. Chapter 2200. All the living creatures were shocked, and their vital spirits trembled. That formless pressure descended silently, but they were unable to stop it. They wanted to worship and revere it from the depths of their soul and beast souls. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the heavenly might and rejected by heaven and earth. This is the divine might. He is breaking through to the holy martial realm. He is definitely breaking through. At this moment, the old monster green fox's greenish-yellow eyes trembled violently, and his heart could not help but tremble. He felt as if he was being remembered, and his hair stood on end. The old monster green fox felt the divine might. This was the real divine might. The demon king Du Xiaofu had failed time and time again, putting himself in a desperate situation and tearing himself apart. This time, he actually succeeded. Divine might, my father is breaking through. The golden flames in Little Star's eyes burned, and he waved his little fists excitedly. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Qin Yanlong's eyes trembled, and his face was full of disbelief. He felt the divine might. As a Saint Realm cultivator, he knew very well that this was the symbol of a Saint Realm cultivator. That little bastard was actually breaking through when he was on the verge of destruction. No, this is absolutely impossible. No matter what, I can't let this little bastard break through. Qin Yanlong's face grew gloomier and gloomier. The aura of the revived body became stronger, and the coldness in his eyes became more intense. His murderous intent swept across the place. This little bastard must die. Qin Yanlong gritted his teeth. He felt the warning from heaven and earth, but he was even more certain that he could not let Yi Futian successfully enter the Saint Realm. Otherwise, no one would be able to keep him in check. Boom! Qin Yanlong attacked again. His aura surged, and his murderous intent swept across the place. A dragon shadow with mighty dragon might, accompanied by a dragon's roar, rushed toward Du Xiaofu mightily. This old bastard is so shameless. This old dog is trying to stop the Rock Emperor from breaking through. The cultivators of the desolate country army spoke, but they knew that they were powerless. They did not even have the strength to get close. Damn you, old man! Little Xingxing, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and the others all wore solemn expressions. Everyone knew about Qin Yanlong's intentions. That old man wanted to stop Du Xiaofu from successfully breaking through. Wait and see. Don't act rashly. Fire Lightning Child transmitted sound to Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Tingshuan's mouths. He was also watching closely. Scarlet-blue flames flickered within his eyes. The former was still able to hold on without suffering any injuries. Right now they were already recovering, and it was likely time for them to retaliate. The image of a giant dragon appeared in the sky, accompanied by a mighty aura. The spectators in the distance could clearly see the desolate country's army. The students of legalism could not take their eyes off it. Some people were solemn and worried, while others had cold gazes. However, all of them held their breaths and waited, not even daring to blink. Would the demon king Du Xiaofu succeed in his breakthrough, or would he be killed by Qin Yanlong? Before the breakthrough, everyone was waiting to see. Other than the astonishing movements in the sky, the surroundings were deathly silent. Roar, the dragon's roar was earth-shattering, and the dragon's might swept across the sky. With a monstrous aura, the giant dragon opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Tsk. However, at this moment, the figure that had been lowering his head suddenly raised his head. At the same time, his eyes opened and two purple-gold rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like two purple-gold thunderbolts that rushed towards the heavens. At the same time, a majestic aura, like a ferocious beast that had just awakened, swept out from his body along with the golden light. Boom! Boom! The destructive aura was like a thunderstorm, violently rippling. The golden light energy rippled violently in all directions, emitting a deafening rumbling sound. Qi-la, just as the giant dragon's image was about to collapse, the golden wings of the giant ping behind the figure suddenly flapped, and a monstrous golden light erupted. Gee! The mysterious runes on the talisman were like a giant pring with golden wings that appeared in the sky. Its entire body was shining with golden light, and its ferocious aura spread out. The giant pring struck the sky, causing the entire space to tremble. Awoo! When the pring peng's image appeared, the surrounding beasts trembled and hissed. Their beast souls were all trembling. Bang! The two clashed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dragon's image shattered inch by inch and exploded in the void. Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The desolate nation's disciples were pleasantly surprised. They knew that the Rock Emperor had already recovered. He was reversing the situation. My son! Han Aodong's eyes were shining. She saw hope in the midst of sorrow and despair. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. At this moment, all the cracks on his body had disappeared. His tattered clothes could not cover his body that was shining with purple-gold light. Du Xiaofu's body was glowing, and the surface of his body was rippling with electric arcs. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was still surging into his body. It was like a cleansing and rebirth. It was an extreme sublimation. Du Xiaofu's body was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. His injuries had already recovered. His physical body was at a level that made people want to worship him. It was perfect and flawless. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. The pring-pring wings behind him were shining with golden light. The gaze in his eyes was like two bolts of purple-gold lightning that did not dissipate. His aura was rumbling. The man with a pair of wings on his back was shining with golden light and accompanied by lightning. He stood quietly in the sky. It was as if he was looking down on all enemies. Awoo! Just this aura alone was enough to make all living creatures tremble and kneel in the air. Saint Plane. This is the aura of the Saint Plane. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, has broken through to the Saint Plane. At this moment, someone could not help but exclaim. At this moment, the terrifying aura on Du Xiaofu's body was extremely clear. It was the might of the Saint Plane. It was the sign of a Saint Plane cultivator. Saint Plane. Qin Yunlong's eyes were dull and lifeless. He had tried his best to stop Qin Haodong, but that little bastard had failed again and again. He had broken through the impossible and stepped into the Saint Plane. He could feel the aura of the Saint Plane clearly. It was the aura of the Saint Plane. There was also movement in the depths of Qin Tiangu's eyes. He suppressed the shock in his heart and did not leave any trace. Saint Plane. Dad has broken through to the Saint Plane. Saint Plane. Little star. Du Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with joy. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile on her solemn face. Du Tingxian looked at the figure above the void, who seemed to be able to defeat all enemies. His hand, which was holding the divine thunder spear, slowly relaxed a little. He has broken through to the Saint Plane. The old green fox demon's wretched face was so shocked that his facial features were a little distorted. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. Qin Haodong had failed again and again, but he had succeeded. On the verge of death, Qin Haodong had turned the tables and made a breakthrough in the battle. How fierce and shocking it was! If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he could not have imagined it. Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianshao, Nether Demon, Dugu Fenshin, Lian Qingrong, Gui Che, and the others were no less shocked than the old green fox demon. He has broken through to the Saint Plane. He has broken through to the Saint Plane. Zhen Qingchun, Yi Lao, Lord Jinan, Du Yunlong, Lord Jinbei, and the general were even more surprised and trembling. He has broken through. I knew the Rock Emperor would be fine. He has broken through. The Rock Emperor has stepped into the Saint Plane. The barren nation is mighty. He has turned the tables and made a breakthrough in the battle. The Rock Emperor will defeat all enemies. The barren nation's army was even more excited. Some were crying tears of joy, and some were so excited that their eyes were brimming with tears. Chapter 2201. Rumble. At the same time, The golden five-fingered mountain was shrouded in the light of the heavens. Divine light fluctuated and its aura was fully restored, with silver-gold electric arcs filling the void. The energy of heaven and earth continuously poured into the five-fingered mountain, gradually causing a saint aura that was identical to that of Du Xiaofu's body to rise from the five-fingered mountain. This saint aura was slightly different. It caused the souls of all living beings to tremble, the depths of their souls trembling and throbbing uneasily. The five-fingered golden mountain was now filled with a white divine light, with an ancient aura. It's that mysterious incomplete cultivation technique. On the warship, Zhen Qingchuan's eyes trembled. He was most familiar with the ancient white divine light. It was the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique that Du Xiaofu had obtained from the Du family. He had also cultivated it. It was because of this that he had been able to improve so much over the years. He was not too far away from Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, and the other outstanding supremes. Zhen Qingchun was well aware of the benefits that the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique could bring. It was incomparably vast and had endlessly benefited his primordial spirit. Zhen Qingchun did not know the specific reason as he watched the changes in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and pulse spirit awaken. Zhen Qingchun guessed that all these changes were more or less related to the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique when he sensed the ancient white divine light. Above the void, Qin Yunlong was surprised again. The five-fingered mountain was clearly formed from Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit. How could it produce saint aura at this moment? This was too unbelievable. It was an unprecedented phenomenon. However, this phenomenon made Qin Yunlong feel uneasy and secretly terrified. Du Xiaofu was too strange. Qin Yunlong felt that this change would definitely be disadvantageous to him. Moo! The bestial roar was like thunder. Qin Yunlong's pulse spirit roared. His single eye shone brightly and a destructive aura, accompanied by a great momentum, directly collided with the five-fingered mountain. Whoosh! And at the same time, the talisman on the five-fingered mountain peak was born. A powerful life aura erupted from the world energy. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The golden talisman runes surged and turned into a red-bone horse monkey. Roar! The red-bone horse monkey roared. Multicolored light sparkled as the golden talisman's secret runes on the surface of its body evolved, communicating with the world. Its aura was like the beginning of the world, the beginning of all living things. The golden talisman symbols that filled the sky continuously surged into its body, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Transforming into a true spirit, he succeeded. Du Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows. He could immediately confirm that the red-bone horse ape had turned into a true spirit. The red-bone horse monkey seems to have transformed into a true spirit. Transforming into a true spirit, could it be? The old monster green fox, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Elder Lei, and the others also seemed to have sensed something. Their shocked eyes were full of confusion. Boom! In a short instant, when the red-bone horse monkey appeared, a terrifying aura surged out. It was as if a terrifying lord had been born. A dazzling golden light exploded like the sun, giving people an incomparable sense of oppression. Roar! The golden ape roared. Its crystal-clear body was wrapped in multicolored light. Its innate spiritual eyes overlooked everything in the world. When it saw the fey beast attacking, it suddenly punched out. Boom! This punch carried a hazy radiance, as if the world had just been born. The space in front of the fist became blurry and distorted, accompanied by silver-gold electric arcs that filled the void, pushing in all directions and suppressing everything. When such a punch collided with the fey beast, it was as if a supreme being had come from the beginning of the world. The hazy aura caused the surrounding creatures to tremble and their souls to tremble. Bang, 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 the void exploded, and the huge fey beast was directly sent flying. Its huge body was wrapped in silver-gold electric arcs, and its slightly illusory body had traces of being burned by lightning. How can it be so strong? This scene caused the legalism disciples to feel fear and inexplicably shocked. With one move, the sacred ancestor's bloodline soul was sent flying and injured. The strength displayed by the red-bone horse monkey was many times stronger than before. Qin Yanlong was also shocked. He knew best what had just happened. The red-bone horse monkey's punch had almost caused his primordial spirit to explode. The desolate country's army also trembled. Zhen Qingchun, Old Monster Green Fox, Mo Tianxiao, and Du Tingxian were also very surprised. In the sky, among the dazzling silver-gold electric arcs and golden light, the white light rippled like a divine light. The red-bone horse monkey hovered in the air, exuding an oppressive aura that bathed the surroundings in white divine light. Its saint aura began to grow stronger. That's his primordial spirit. On the warship, Yu Xianzi's beautiful eyes moved. She knew very well that the red-bone horse monkey's body was not only Du Xiaofu's bloodline soul, but also Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. At this moment, Du Xiaofu must have obtained endless benefits from his primordial spirit. If he was here, he would definitely be proud of this. Yu Xianzi muttered to herself. Boom! In just an instant, white divine light surged. In an extremely short period of time, the sacred aura on the red-bone horse monkey's body reached a new height. The white divine light was dazzling, and it suddenly erupted like a volcano. Rumble, silver-gold electric arcs filled the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and all living beings trembled. A terrifying aura rippled. In the end, under the shocked gazes of all living beings, the red-bone horse monkey's body changed. Amidst the fluctuations of the silver-gold electric arcs, it condensed into an almost solid body. This body was wearing an illusory purple robe. It looked to be 25 or 26 years old. Its resolute face had thick eyebrows that were like swords. It was more resolute and determined than people of the same age. This figure was Du Xiaofu. The light in his eyes shot out like lightning. His eyes contained golden lightning, and there was also an ancient aura. It even carried the spiritual root aura of legalism. Rumble, the heavenly sound was endless, and the sacred aura was endless. Terrifying lightning and primordial spirit aura swept out from the thin, illusory body, shaking the 9 heavens. Heavens, that's the primordial spirit. It's that little bastard's primordial spirit. In Sky City, at this moment, Qin Tiangu secretly blocked most of the pressure. The old man of legalism was shocked. It turned out that the Golden Mountain and the red-bone horse monkey was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Sacred aura, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit has sacred aura. What's going on? Didn't he just break through to the saint realm? The old man of legalism was dumbfounded. Du Xiaofu had just stepped into the saint realm, but at this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit had the same sacred aura. Did his physical body and primordial spirit break through separately? This was unprecedented and unheard of. Chapter 2202. Du Xiaofu's physical body and primordial spirit seemed to have broken through to the saint realm. The old man with legalism exclaimed in shock. Although he did not know what had happened, he felt that something was wrong. In the void, Qin Tiangu's eyes rippled. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body was filled with mighty primordial spirit power and spiritual thunder. How could Qin Yanlong not feel how terrifying it was? It was an existence that defied the natural order. It's so strange. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were also puzzled. However, at this moment they could feel that what happened to Du Xiaofu was a good thing. The Rock Emperor is recovering. He wants to move forward on the path of invincibility. The Rock Emperor is recovering. He wants to dominate the world. The disciples of the desolate nation were excited. The scene just now made them even more excited. They knew that the desperate situation was over. That demon king would never fall. Instead, he was going to bounce back and reverse the situation. Looking at the 2 identical young men in the void, Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with shock. The aura of the two saints filled the void. He had never seen or heard of it before. The aura of the two figures, coupled with the defeat just now, made Qin Yanlong extremely vigilant even if he wanted to attack again. The primordial spirit power is too strong. It's enough to surpass those of the same realm. It's too abnormal. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe could not help but be shocked. At this moment, he could clearly feel the terrifying primordial spirit power contained in Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit body. He should be invincible among those of the same realm. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe was also in the Holy Beast realm, but his beast soul was completely different from the slightly illusory figure at this moment. In particular, the slightly illusory figure not only had vast and surging primordial spirit power, but also the power of several kinds of spiritual thunderbolt. The ancient aura and coercion seemed to be even more powerful than the power of the several kinds of spiritual thunderbolt. There was also a magnificent and desolate aura that merged into one, which made the beast soul of the old monster Green Fox tremble secretly. There seems to be the aura of the spiritual root of legalism. How could that brat's primordial spirit have the spiritual root of legalism? And it's so strong. The old man with legalism could sense the spiritual root of legalism in the body of the primordial spirit. The aura of the spiritual root made all the legalism disciples feel oppressed and majestic. The aura of the spiritual root was not inferior to Han Aodong's. It's a miracle. It's a good thing. Zhen Qingchun raised his inverted triangular eyebrows. His face was already filled with joy, and he laughed excitedly. Du Xiaofu's change at this moment was unheard of, but Zhen Qingchun felt that there was no doubt that it was definitely a good thing. In the sky, two figures of Du Xiaofu stood in the air. Two divine auras filled the air. One was domineering and the other was boundless. Rich primordial spirit power and thunder spread out, making the souls of all the creatures present palpitate. Ow woo! Many people and demonic beasts had already gone weak in the legs under the power of the divine auras that spread out. This guy, I worried for nothing. He is still as abnormal as ever. On the warship, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Lin Weiqi, Li Shui, Phantom, Yi Zijin, and the others stood with graceful postures. Their charming faces were filled with joy under the shock. Rumble, the two figures of Du Xiaofu stood together. One had a vast aura, and the other had golden wings on his back. He was extremely domineering. The two energies of heaven and earth shrouded the 9 heavens, shining brightly like a miracle. The terrifying energy of heaven and earth rumbled and reverberated in all directions. Then, under everyone's gaze, the two figures of Du Xiaofu slowly approached each other, accompanied by the mighty power of the divine auras that soared into the sky. What's going on? Are they going to fuse? Look, is he going to fuse his body and primordial spirit? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two figures of Du Xiaofu approached each other. The slightly illusory figure of Du Xiaofu turned into a dazzling divine light and plunged into Du Xiaofu's body under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Boom! Boom! At this moment, as Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit fused into his body, a dazzling light accompanied by a vast aura spread out from his body like a tide. At the same time, Du Xiaofu suddenly closed his eyes. The mighty aura on his body and the energy of heaven and earth above the 9 heavens slowly dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Only the golden wings on Du Xiaofu's back were still releasing dazzling golden light, causing the demonic beasts to tremble in fear. What's going on? Many people were surprised and puzzled. The two terrifying auras had disappeared just like that. What was the Demon King Du Xiaofu doing? Qin Yunlong was also surprised. He could clearly feel that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body had suddenly disappeared and calmed down. He could no longer feel any fluctuations of aura. However, Qin Yunlong quietly felt a fearful aura when he saw the golden glowing figure with the huge golden wings spread out behind him. Having suffered 2 hidden losses, He did not know his limits and did not dare to recklessly attack again. Everything that had happened was a little too strange. This guy, could he have gone mad? After all, he was very abnormal just now. When the vast divine aura dissipated, only a breath was left. Qin Yunlong's space and the power of the magic saint flag made people puzzled. It would be a pity if he went mad. Why is there no reaction? The onlookers in the distance looked at each other and discussed secretly. On the other hand, the army of the desolate country and the disciples of legalism in Sky City were exceptionally quiet at this moment. Their gazes were fixed on the tall figure with the golden wings on his back. Qin Yunlong's eyes twitched inwardly, and a cold murderous intent surged. At this moment, he was the most anxious and puzzled person. He could not wait and wanted to act again to solve this terrible problem. However, Qin Yunlong was a little hesitant. The previous 2 times he acted, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he suffered great losses. Look, there's movement. Just as Qin Yunlong was hesitating, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Someone seemed to have discovered something and could not help but exclaim. Whoosh! Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and saw that an ancient symbol had unknowingly appeared around Du Xiaofu's body. This symbol was transparent and it was just like air. It could neither be seen nor touched. However, it was becoming more and more dazzling. Whoosh! These ancient runes changed alternately, with Du Xiaofu as the center. They revolved around Du Xiaofu, giving rise to changes. They vaguely caused the surrounding void to change. It was as if they were causing the cycle of all things in the universe to change. This change was like a self-created space. At this moment, Qin Yunlong's space could not block or even affect the space at all. Chapter 2203. Suddenly, a mysterious rain of light fell from the sky above, enveloping Du Xiaofu. Under the cover of this mysterious rain of light, an unfamiliar aura gradually thickened and lingered in the sky. The dazzling ancient runes also became more and more dazzling, carrying with them waves of energy. With Du Xiaofu as the center, they spread out in all directions. In merely a short moment, under the astounded and twitching gazes of many people, the ancient and dazzling talisman markings coiled around Du Xiaofu and transformed into a pattern of space that seemed to be round yet wasn't round, square yet wasn't square. This void diagram surrounded Du Xiaofu in the center, and at the same time, it slowly spread out in all directions. Lightning filled the air, mist filled the air, flames rose and gales howled. There were thousands of changes. It's that strange technique. When the void diagram appeared, everyone's eyes trembled as they cried out in surprise. Everyone had seen the void diagram before. It was the mysterious technique Du Xiaofu had used not long ago. It was able to resist Qin Yanlong's technique, and in the end, it was forcefully suppressed and shattered by Qin Yanlong. However, at this moment, the void diagram continued to appear, accompanied by a wave of energy that grew thicker and thicker. Boom! When the void diagram appeared, the entire void diagram trembled violently. This wasn't Sky City trembling, nor was it Sky Plane trembling. Instead, it was the entire boundless sky that was trembling. This trembling seemed gentle, but it made all the living beings present feel as if their hearts had suddenly sunk, as if someone had hammered the depths of their soul. This trembling caused even Master Flamespark and Qin Tiangu's eyes to twitch, as if they had sensed something. Suddenly, their gazes toward Du Xiaofu were filled with light. Look, what's going on? Look, there's a phenomenon. At the same time, someone couldn't help but cry out in shock. Many people couldn't help but look up in shock. Above the sky, a sea of clouds had appeared, covering the sky and the sun. From above the 9 heavens, a dazzling light descended like the sun. Along with an extremely vast aura from the void, it spread in all directions of the sky plane. Walala, light shone like holy light, and an endless foreign aura spread out. At this moment, the light was descending quietly. Qin Yanlong's space of spell potential and the Warlock Saint flag seemed to be mere decorations. They could not stop it at all and could not even cause any impact. Holy light poured down. There was no lightning, no thunder, no heavenly music. Only the light that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body made people's souls throb. 64 ancient talisman characters appeared around Du Xiaofu, completely forming a solid 8 trigrams void diagram. The horizontal surface appeared above the void, and the two merged together naturally. On the 8 trigrams in the void there were wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, rivers, and even the sun, moon, and stars. Countless beast shadows leaped out of the void 8 trigrams, roaring soundlessly. The shadow of a golden-winged rock appeared in the sky above the 8 trigrams. It flapped its wings and shook the sky as if it could shatter the stars. A dazzling galaxy appeared. The starlight was dazzling and the aura was vast. A dazzling purple flame whizzed and condensed into the shadow of a purple flame demonic phoenix. It was as if it was alive and blazing. The shadow of a stalk of immortal grass filled the air and shone brightly. A stalk of nether grass shone brightly. Its spiritual leaves were slender and long. It purified the spiritual platform as if it could suppress all evil. A monstrous green light fluctuated. It was full of vitality and had an ancient aura. When this phenomenon appeared in the sky, the entire sky plane, the earth trembled, and the void rumbled. At this moment, all living beings were greatly affected by a force from heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! At this moment, an invisible force shot up from the 8 trigrams in the sky. It resonated with the holy light descending from the 9 heavens. In an instant, a vast and mighty oppressive aura swept forth like a storm. However, this oppressive aura was still completely soundless. What's going on? What a strong force! It's impossible to resist. In an instant, all the living beings present went limp under this silent force. Their eyes were filled with horror, and even their primordial spirits were trembling. When the invisible force descended, all living beings were unable to resist. Even Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Lian Qingrong, and the others were affected. Those who were slightly weaker directly knelt on the ground. Under this kind of force, they had no chance to resist at all. They had to worship and revere it from the depths of their souls. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the heavenly force. At this moment, Qin Yanlong's Warlock Saint flag and spiritual technique space also lost their luster under the invisible force and began to dim. Saint Aura again. That kid is still breaking through. What's going on? Qin Yanlong's old body trembled. The eyes on his old face trembled violently. He could no longer suppress the trembling in his heart. Even the hair on his body stood on end. This was because Qin Yanlong discovered something incredible. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was still rising. There was another surge of Saint Aura. That little bastard seemed to be breaking through. Rumble, from above the sky, vast and mighty energy of heaven and earth suddenly poured down from the surging sea of clouds and surged into the void 8 trigrams diagram. Then, it continuously poured into Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's tall and straight body was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the vast and mighty energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's aura continued to rise like a rocket, accompanied by a vast and mighty saint aura that swept out in all directions. Breakthrough. Demon King Du Xiaofu is still breaking through. What's going on? Who can tell me what's going on? Everyone was stunned. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was breaking through for the 3rd time. And this time, the pressure brought about by Du Xiaofu's breakthrough was much greater than the previous 2 times. Zhen Qingchun, Mo Tianxiao, Du Yunlong, Du Tingxian, the old monster Green Fox, Elder Lei, and the others were all puzzled. No one understood what was going on. Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing also looked at each other. At this moment, even they didn't know what was going on. Boom! In the depths of the sea of clouds, a heavenly sound resounded. the Beast region, the Yao realm, the Chunhuang mainland, Kyushu, the Four Seas, Wudong Mountain, and so on. At this moment, the void 8 trigrams diagram quietly appeared in the sky above the entire world. Above the void 8 trigrams diagram, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning surged, mountains and rivers surged, the sun, moon, and stars alternated, and countless beasts leaped from the diagram. Whoosh! At the same time, saint light descended from the 9 heavens and poured down on the world. At this moment, the billions of beings in the world looked up in shock. Chapter 2204. Cultivators who were not strong enough knelt on the ground. Yao beasts whined as they felt the pressure of heaven and earth. It's this phenomenon again? Some creatures struggled to look up at the sky. The phenomenon in the sky had appeared before when the divine domain had opened. At this moment, this abnormal phenomenon appeared once again. However, this time, the oppressive might was much more vast than before. On Wudong Mountain, a flaming Wudong tree covered the sky. Many figures with vast auras looked up at the sky, their eyes shining with 5-colored divine flames. It's him. He's still alive. Huang Ling spoke. Her brows were drawn like ink and her spirit was like autumn waters. Just by standing quietly on the flaming Wudong tree that blotted out the sky, she still seemed so dignified and noble, untainted by a speck of dust. She was indescribably ethereal and noble. On the majestic mountain peaks of the Yao realm, many figures exuded vast and formless auras as they looked at the phenomenon in the sky in shock. He's not dead. This guy is truly a miracle. An elegant and beautiful woman looked up at the sky. Her skin was delicate, and her purple-pleated skirt seemed to emit a hazy light. A fragrance overflowed from her. Beast region, great golden-winged Pung clan. The phenomenon in the sky caused a young great golden-winged Pung to cry out under the vast pressure. Golden light shone dazzlingly. Young master is still alive. On the square, many figures stood tall and straight, their eyes shining with golden light. They could not hide the excitement in their hearts. Shang Province, Hahuan School. Su Muxin's dewy eyes were innately charming as she looked at the sky. Her graceful figure trembled slightly. Her red lips parted slightly as she muttered, "He's still alive." Shang Province, Sa Meng Sword Sect. The mountains were dark as iron. A towering mountain peak that looked like a peerless divine sword was inky blue. The red maple leaves that covered the mountains were exceptionally magnificent. Ha 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 ha, that demon king is back. I knew that guy wouldn't die. Ha ha. On the mountain peak, a youth laughed loudly. His robes were embroidered with sword patterns. Elegant runes spread out like mist. He was extraordinarily handsome. It was Sa Meng Sword Sect's Mu Jianchen. Middle State, Great Luan Sect. In the lush mountains, a middle-aged man with long blue hair stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep as he looked ahead. That person's descendant, the person chosen by the ruler of the 3,000 great worlds, how could he be so easily killed? He is still alive. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his figure disappeared without a trace. In the gloomy void, demonic energy fluctuated and baleful aura whistled. Dark clouds covered the sun and moon. In this dim world, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the rolling dark clouds. A pair of huge eyes appeared, and the evil aura in the surroundings was oppressive. Baleful aura whistled, and black fog filled the sky. Lu Xiaoyu, Long Xian, do you think you can rely on that little ant? A voice rang out. That pair of dark golden eyes were lifeless, staring into the depths of the void before disappearing. The mountain walls were steep, and the trees were lush. The few buildings were not spectacular, but they were simple and deep, revealing the vicissitudes of life. 5 figures stared at the sky, their gazes rippling. It's Xiaofu. He is not dead. Master, Xiaofu is not dead. He is still alive. Among the 5 figures, there was a beautiful woman in a tight outfit. She was excited as she looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. The curve of the woman's long and slender legs was alluring, revealing her perfect figure. In addition to her already beautiful face, she was simply captivating. However, at this moment, the eyes on her moving face were trembling with excitement, and they were moist. Unbelievable! I did not expect that kid to succeed. Beside the woman, there was an old man with disheveled hair. Although he was unkempt, his eyes were as deep as the sea. However, at this moment, his eyes were looking at the strange phenomenon in the depths of the sky. This old man was Yangshuang's master. Crazy old man, it is indeed unbelievable. It seems that we have underestimated that kid. However, we do not know if he will succeed. The last step is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the monstrous geniuses nurtured by the big sex would find it difficult to succeed. A young man said. He looked to be 12 or 13 years old, but there was no immaturity on his face. Instead, he was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom. That kid is not inferior to those monstrous geniuses. An old man with white hair like a chicken's nest said. He raised his eyebrows and looked at the depths of the sky meaningfully. Fu Yibai, you know that kid the best. Do you think he will succeed? The vicissitude youth looked at Fu Yibai and asked. How would I know? I am not familiar with him. Fu Yibai glanced at the vicissitude youth and turned his head away. The Tao of heaven is yin and yang. The Tao of earth is soft and firm. The Tao of man is benevolence and righteousness. 2 out of 3. The last step is too difficult. Even if it is above, if one can succeed, it will be enough to cause a commotion and alarm the various races. Any monstrous genius that can succeed will be able to suppress a region. A middle-aged man in a plain robe looked at the sky with an ethereal temperament and whispered. Above the world, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. In many secret places in this world, there were old figures stepping into the void with shocked gazes. It has appeared before. It cannot be speculated, but it seems to be related to the little demon king. That demon king is not dead. In the ancient secret places, many gazes were filled with shock and changed color. Stone City, desolate country. With strange phenomena in the sky, the desolate country's royal palace in the Stone City trembled. The huge royal palace gushed with auspicious golden light as if the entire Stone City had come alive. An immense pressure extended from the heavens and earth. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded like thunder from within the royal palace. A giant golden dragon soared into the sky and floated in the sky. Its might connected the heavens and earth, causing the entire Stone City to tremble. The giant dragon's shadow was majestic and ferocious. It shone with boundless golden light, accompanied by the might of the heavens and earth, causing the living beings in the Stone City to tremble. The royal palace's draconic chi. Within the Stone City, the living beings knelt. They did not feel any trembling, but instead felt like they were bathed in a spring breeze. That was the draconic chi of the royal palace. It was the accumulation of the country's fate and the condensation of countless people's faith. It was the might of the heavens and earth, something that protected the Stone City and the desolate country. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded. At this moment, for some unknown reason, it soared into the sky. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon the world. The Rock Emperor is still breaking through. Roar! Outside the city in the sky, the desolate country's army trembled. They could not help but feel a vast pressure that made their hearts tremble. Above the firmament, holy light shone and poured down. The 8 trigrams void diagram was in the sky. Strange phenomena were everywhere, all-encompassing. Du Xiaofu stood in the center. Ancient runes rippled around him. The strange phenomena merged with the 8 trigrams void diagram, connecting the heavens and earth. It was like a miracle. 12 o'clock sharp. Little Yu wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. I wish everyone a happy family and good health. I sent out a notice 2 days ago. Many of you were watching Zhu Lang and other platforms, so you did not see it. I apologize to everyone. Little Yu has been on the road for the past 3 days and has been delayed. I have already begun to make up for the chapters that I owe. Chapter 2205. Under such a miracle, the tremors in the heavens and earth became more and more intense. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the void. Their eyes were wide open and tongue-tied. They could not calm down for a long time and were even more shocked. At this moment, it was not difficult for everyone to feel that on the 8 trigrams void diagram, there was a rich energy seeping out from the young man with the golden wings on his back as the energy of heaven and earth poured in. The energy was surging, and the energy fluctuations that faintly permeated the air sent chills down everyone's spines and made them tremble. Divine aura, what a rich divine aura! An expert exclaimed. That kind of saint aura was much stronger than before. Whoosh, with the rich and vast energy of heaven and earth pouring in, Du Xiaofu's aura once again rose to a peak and fell into a bottleneck. It seemed to be blocked by something, which caused Du Xiaofu's rising aura to come to a halt. In fact, it did not take long for all this to happen. At most, it only took a moment. Qin Yanlong, on the other hand, was very uneasy. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was in the 8 trigrams void diagram in front of him. He was absolutely fearful of Du Xiaofu. Just the vast pressure at this moment was enough to make him tremble inexplicably. However, if he did not make a move, he would feel very aggrieved and helpless. Qin Yunlong was extremely conflicted, and veins appeared on his face. Humph! Looking at Du Xiaofu's rising aura, Qin Yunlong's eyes turned gloomy. The murderous look in his eyes and the fluctuating aura on his body indicated that he was ready to make a move at any time. As long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely make a move again without hesitation. Everything came to a standstill, but the billowing sea of clouds and the energy in the sky became denser and denser, crushing and enveloping the heavens and earth. With such an aura, the sky turned gloomy and lightning flashed. It was as if a storm was coming, and the dark clouds were pressing down on the city. The entire void also froze. The desolate country's army clenched their fists. It was not difficult to feel that the demon king in the sky had stopped at a bottleneck. Only by successfully breaking through the bottleneck could he advance further. 5 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths, 100 breaths had passed, and Du Xiaofu was still stagnant. There was no movement. It was just that the energy of heaven and earth and the sea of clouds were about to cover the sky and the sun, as if they were going to explode the void. Qin Yunlong glared at Du Xiaofu with murderous intent. He could sense that Du Xiaofu seemed to want to take the next step but encountered a huge obstacle. As long as Du Xiaofu failed, Qin Yunlong would have the absolute opportunity to succeed. Qin Yunlong was waiting for an opportunity to strike. He didn't want to act rashly anymore. That little bastard was too strange. At this moment, Master Huolei's and Qin Tiangu's eyes were no longer as calm as an ancient well. They were secretly paying attention to Du Xiaofu. Deep within their eyes they seemed to be deep in thought. Phew, just when the entire void was tense to the extreme and all eyes were fixed on it, Du Xiaofu, who had been stagnating in the void, suddenly raised his head slightly. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and clear. Everyone stared at him, unable to take their eyes off him. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked into the depths of the void. He seemed to be murmuring softly, "The Saint Realm is transcendence. The Saint Realm is flawless. The Saint Realm is complete. It's the end of the world. There are only 2. It's vast and balanced. It's called Saint. I finally understand." The faint voice slowly echoed in the void and fell into everyone's ears. However, it soon disappeared as if it was swallowed up by time and space. It was as if these words had never been spoken. For those who were weaker, the words disappeared from their minds in an instant. It was as if they had never heard it. Rumble, when these words fell, a divine ring appeared in the sky. An impressive pressure filled the heavens and earth. It made everyone's heart beat faster. The sound of the heavens was endless. It was as if the heavenly drums were hammering on their hearts. At the same time, a majestic and ferocious beast, accompanied by golden light, swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! Boom! This aura carried the sound of wind and thunder. It rippled violently. The energy of the golden light swept out in all directions like a storm. It made a deafening rumble. Screech, with a screech, the void trembled. On Du Xiaofu's back, the rock's golden wings expanded to 100 feet. His entire body glistened with golden light. It was as if golden clouds covered the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's domineering aura was even more domineering than that of a real rock. It made the entire void tremble. At this moment, the beasts in all directions cried out and prostrated themselves. The Flame Carp King, Stone Turtle King, and Phantom Tiger King couldn't resist and reverted to their true forms. With his wings spread, Du Xiaofu was like a real rock in human form. He emitted purple-gold lightning. The terrifying aura seemed to make the void around him fall. Rumble! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A large patch of dark clouds suddenly appeared, accompanied by palpitating lightning arcs in the sky. This thundercloud was too large. It was even larger than the sea of energy that Du Xiaofu had summoned. It directly covered the sea of energy that Du Xiaofu had summoned and appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. The dark clouds churned, and the aura made everyone's hair stand on end. What's going on? This lightning doesn't look good. This dark cloud of lightning seems to have come specifically for Du Xiaofu. Someone exclaimed. This dark cloud of lightning didn't seem to have come with good intentions. In an instant, countless eyes, both inside and outside Sky City, were fixed on Du Xiaofu. The target of this frightening dark cloud of lightning seemed to be Du Xiaofu. Looking at this scene, the faces of the desolate nation's army froze. This doesn't seem right. Yi Lao, Du Yunlong, and the others came to their senses. Their expressions were a little serious. What's going on? On the warship, Gu Xinyan's heart, which had been in her throat, trembled violently. A serious look appeared in her beautiful eyes. The old monster green fox had been staring at the vast dark cloud above him. He was puzzled. Suddenly, the old monster green fox's wretched face twitched violently as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no, this is divine punishment. The Rock Emperor has summoned divine punishment." The old monster green fox's exclamation echoed in the void. Many people were surprised and puzzled. They didn't know what divine punishment was. Swish, swish, however, Elder Lei, Yi Lao, Du Xiaoyao, Du Tingxian, Huolazi, Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, and a few other elders and experts suddenly trembled violently. Their eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu as if they had been struck by lightning. It is said that when a creature has done something that is not tolerated by this world and has committed grave sins, he will be struck by divine thunder and be reduced to ashes. Elder Lei said. His eyes seemed to contain a sea of lightning. Although he had not set foot in the real Saint realm, he had lived for a long time and knew many secrets of the world. He said, "There are also some supreme talents who have comprehended the truth and proved themselves. They have broken the balance of this world and summoned divine punishment. It is said that if they can withstand it, they will gain a lot of benefit. If they fail, they will most likely be reduced to ashes. The divine punishment is not tolerated by heaven and earth. The more one provokes the way of heaven, the stronger the divine punishment will be. Generally speaking, they will be reduced to ashes. In the ancient times, there were also extremely rare and illustrious supreme beings who attracted heavenly punishment, but they were all reduced to ashes. No one has ever succeeded." These words came out of Qin Tiangu's mouth and echoed in the void. Qin Tiangu seemed to have the intention to clear the doubts of the disciples of legalism. He also purposely spread it everywhere. No one knew why. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the desolate country's army froze. In ancient times, those rare supreme talents had also attracted divine punishment, but no one had ever succeeded. This meant that it was almost impossible to succeed. What the hell did this guy do? He actually provoked the wrath of the heavens. What kind of crazy thing did this guy do to attract an innate talent? Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, and the general smiled bitterly. So that guy actually attracted divine punishment. What divine punishment is this? Little Xingxing pouted, but her small fists were clenched tightly. She also felt that the divine punishment's aura was definitely not ordinary. Killing his uncle, offending his superiors, and disrespecting his elders. This guy's sins are grave. Even the heavens can't stand it and want to tear him into pieces and reduce him to ashes. Ha ha ha! The Honorable Lord of Legalism, who was being held by Zhen Qinchun, also heard Qin Tiangu's words. His pale face that was covered in blood sneered. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of a slap came from the face of the Honorable Lord of Legalism. His face was already swollen and red, and it looked like it was about to be slapped. Blood and teeth were spat out of his mouth, making him look extremely miserable. If it is reduced to ashes, I guarantee that you will be walking in front. Old man, behave yourself, Zhen Qingchun said coldly. He did not have a good impression of this honorable lord. If it was not for the fact that this old man was Du Xiaofu's grandfather, he would have already thrown him into the Xian Divine Pagoda to refine him. After being slapped by Zhen Qingchun, the Honorable Lord of Legalism's face was so swollen that he could not speak, or he really did not dare to open his mouth. His gaze was cold and vicious, as if he could kill someone. However, he really kept his mouth shut and did not dare to open his mouth. However, at this moment, in the sky, Qin Tiangu's expression secretly turned cold. His gaze swept across Zhen Qingchuan's body. The Honorable Lord of Legalism was slapped in front of him. This was not far from slapping him. At the same time, Du Xiaofu had attracted the heavenly punishment. Compared to old Mo Tianxiao and the others, who had darkened expressions, Qin Yanlong's face instantly revealed a cold smile. He never thought that the little bastard would actually attract the heavenly punishment. This was enough to prove that this brat was actually comparable to the extremely rare earthly sovereign from the ancient times. If he succeeded, wouldn't he become the strongest sovereign in the world in the future? Chapter 2206. Qin Yanlong spat out a mouthful of cold air, and murderous intent surged in his heart. He stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily, then glanced at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky. His eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered. He formed a hand seal and put away the Sorcerer's Saint flag and the spell space. Kid, the heavens want to punish you. Die. Qin Yanlong said to himself. This was divine punishment, and there was no need for him to do anything. He put away the Sorcerer's Saint flag and the spell space to prevent himself from being affected. The thunderclouds were vast and mighty, and there were arcs of lightning shuttling through the thunderclouds. The powerful pressure of thunder and lightning permeated the air, making the hair on the skin of all the living beings present stand on end. Even the Saint Realm cultivators trembled in fear under such thunder and lightning. In such a thundercloud, once the thunderbolts exploded, no one except the Saint Realm cultivators would be able to survive. Their divine souls would be annihilated. The thunderclouds rolled and lightning flashed. The entire Sky City fell into silence at this moment. Everyone held their breaths and waited, their eyes fixed on the void. Coo-coo! Many people in the desolate country army swallowed their saliva. The tense atmosphere froze inside and outside Sky City. At this moment, even Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, the old monster green fox, Mo Tianxiao, Zhen Qingchun, and the others could not help but feel extremely nervous. Their hearts beat faster, and their blood surged in their bodies. Boom! Finally, the thunder and lightning in the sky reached its peak, and the thunderclouds collapsed to the end. A terrifying thunder and lightning suddenly emerged and filled the entire sky plains. What a powerful thunder and lightning! The thunder and lightning were vast and mighty. At this moment, even more living beings who were watching from afar felt their hair stand on end and their hearts tremble in fear. The Rock Emperor will definitely be able to withstand it, someone in the desolate country army said, his eyes filled with confidence. That's right. The Rock Emperor is invincible. He will definitely be able to do it. So what if it's divine punishment? It can't stop the Rock Emperor. Rock Emperor, hang in there. Young Master, he will definitely be able to do it. Senior Du will definitely be able to withstand it. As someone spoke, the tense and silent battlefield gradually boiled over at this moment. In the desolate country's army, in the Heavenly Beast Hall, in the Seven-Star Hall, the disciples of Tianwu Academy were all agitated. They clenched their fists, their faces flushed red with confidence. Their Rock Emperor would definitely be able to reverse the situation. Boom! The army on the battleships was in complete and utter uproar, and their voices echoed out in all directions. Rumble, within the thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. That vast and mighty might of thunder caused waves of dizziness in the minds of all living beings. That kind of pressure was too terrifying. It came from the heavens and earth, and was difficult to dispel. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at the vast and mighty thunderclouds that were entrenched in the void. They spread all the way to the plains in the sky. A faint smile appeared on his resolute and determined face, making him appear calm and composed. Qin Yanlong stared at the rolling thunderclouds before looking at the calm Du Xiaofu. His old face twitched, and his gaze became increasingly gloomy. He muttered to himself in a cold voice, "Little bastard, I would like to see how you will withstand the divine punishment. You shall be destroyed. I already understand. No one dares to stop me, not even the heavens," Du Xiaofu spoke abruptly. He raised his head and gazed at the vast and collapsing thunderclouds in the depths of space, and then he paused for a moment before he suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed towards the sky. He said, "If you continue obstructing me, then I'll go against the heavens." His voice was like thunder, reverberating in all directions. When those words landed in the ears of all living beings, they could not help but tremble violently when they saw the tall and straight man pointing at the thunderclouds in the sky. "If you continue to stop me, I will defy the heavens." Such words were incomparably domineering, as expected of the Demon King. Old Monster Green Fox muttered to himself as his heart raced. He finally knew why this guy was called the Demon King in the world. He even dared to provoke the divine punishment. He did not think that he would dare to do such a thing. No one in the world dared to be so cruel. Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, Nether Demon, Mie Qing, Dugu Fenshin, and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They felt ashamed of their inferiority. Rumble! As if it had heard Du Xiaofu's provocative words, the thunderclouds in the sky surged even more violently. Low thunder suddenly resounded continuously, and magnificent bolts of lightning that were as thick as an arm shuttled back and forth in the thunderclouds. "What? So what if I defy you? Come on." Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and laughed heartily. His voice was deafening. "Coo! The Demon King is provoking the heavens." The creatures were stunned. Many people gulped and swallowed hard. The Demon King was really cruel. Rumble! As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the thunderclouds suddenly shrank, and a bolt of lightning that looked like a beam of light rushed out of the thunderclouds like a giant lightning python. The dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the space and blasted toward Du Xiaofu with an ear-piercing sizzling sound. Such a vast and destructive bolt of lightning made Old Monster Green Fox frown and tremble with fear. Such a bolt of lightning from the divine punishment was enough to kill an ordinary expert of the Saint Realm. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the void trembled. That terrifying lightning bolt blasted Du Xiaofu's body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was immediately covered with dazzling electric arcs. Chi-la-la, the terrifying bolt of lightning instantly spread over Du Xiaofu's body and the golden rock wings. Then, it spread directly onto the vast 8 trigrams in the void. The dazzling electric arcs scattered on the countless strange phenomena on the 8 trigrams in the void. The shadow of the golden-winged rock, the galaxy, the purple flame demonic phoenix, the mountains, rivers, and countless beasts were all wrapped up by the electric arcs. At this moment, the vast 8 trigrams in the void was wrapped up by the electric arcs and became even more dazzling. However, there was a destructive aura in it. The whole place trembled in shock. Such a destructive bolt of lightning made all living beings tremble in fear. However, it did not seem to have much effect on Du Xiaofu. "Is that all you've got?" In front of everyone and in fear, Du Xiaofu's body was covered with electric arcs. He looked at the shrinking thunderclouds and smiled. He pointed at the void and said softly, "Let's continue. If that's all you've got, it's meaningless." Rumble, it seemed that Du Xiaofu's provocation had completely enraged the overwhelming thunderclouds. At this moment, the dazzling thunderbolts roared like ferocious beasts. The electric arcs danced and raged in the sky. In an instant, they gathered into a large number of thunderbolts, each of which was the size of a giant python. They seemed to cover the sky and the earth. Finally, they crashed down on Du Xiaofu. Boom! 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 The dazzling thunderbolts and the destructive aura fell from the sky and spread out with Du Xiaofu as the center. Chapter 2207. Terrifying destructive thunderbolts spread across Du Xiaofu's body and the vast void 8 trigrams. It was a terrifying scene. The visual impact was unparalleled. From afar, Du Xiaofu looked like the god of thunder descending. Du Xiaofu was in the sky. The void 8 trigrams around him had turned into a thunder 8 trigrams. Lightning flashed. The terrifying destructive momentum made the scalp of the old monster green fox, a holy beast, tingle. The old monster green fox knew very well that if he were to face such a divine punishment, he would definitely be smashed into pieces in an instant. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky without end. The surging thunderclouds kept spewing out dazzling thunderbolt. Each thunderbolt was enough to make a Saint Realm cultivator's hair stand on end. The terrifying thunderbolts blasted toward Du Xiaofu from all directions and landed on the void 8 trigrams. The extremely terrifying thunderbolts fell like rain. Wherever they passed, the void shattered. Dense pitch-black space cracks hung in the void like waterfalls, making people tremble with uneasiness at the sight of them. However, when the destructive thunderbolts landed on Du Xiaofu's body and the void 8 trigrams, destructive electric arcs spread out and densely covered the entire void 8 trigrams. In the end, they followed a certain trajectory and directly surged into Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was covered with purple lightning talisman runes at an unknown time. The destructive thunderbolts were like electric snakes. They kept surging into his skin and finally disappeared into Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu's physical body was perfect to begin with. At this moment, under such lightning, it was becoming rounder and fuller at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. It was becoming more and more full, and it was becoming more and more purple and gold. At first, some people were worried that Du Xiaofu's spirit would be destroyed by the divine punishment. However, when such a scene appeared, their expressions immediately turned into horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Oh my God! When this type of scene appeared, everyone was shocked. Many creatures were so shocked that they couldn't retract their jaws for a long time. Is that all? It doesn't seem to be enough. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he looked up at the thunderclouds above. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu lifted his foot and stepped into the air. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu headed straight for the thundercloud amidst the thunderstorm. When this scene appeared, the tall man with wings on his back covered in lightning flew into the sky. Even Master Huolei couldn't help but open his mouth. Then, a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Old Monster Green Fox, Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Lian Qingrong, Elder Lei, and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Could that guy be any more arrogant and savage? Qin Yunlong's old face twitched, and his eyes were filled with horror. In Qin Yunlong's imagination, that little bastard should have turned into ashes under the terrifying heavenly punishment. He didn't expect such a result. As Du Xiaofu ascended into the sky, the thunderclouds in this world seemed to be completely enraged. The energy suddenly became abnormally violent. The destructive power of thunder filled the world, causing the celestial qi and divine souls in the bodies of creatures to stagnate. Boom, 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 boom. In the depths of the thunderclouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. More dazzling thunderbolts fell, releasing the destructive power to their heart's content. The gorgeous thunderbolts covered the sky and the earth, and the void collapsed inch by inch. The crisp sound of thunder resounded in this world. When the thunderbolts fell, pitch-black spatial cracks appeared all over the sky. What a powerful heavenly punishment! Old Lei, Zhen Qinchun, and many other top experts present sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. No wonder it was said that those rare invincible primes in the ancient times couldn't resist heavenly punishment. Such a heavenly punishment was too terrifying. It was enough to destroy everything. Who could resist it? However, in the face of such destructive thunderbolts, Du Xiaofu didn't stop. The golden rock wings on his back spread out, and his body was covered with lightning talisman runes. Exuding a murderous aura, he directly leaped up into the thunderclouds amidst the endless thunderbolts. Rumble! In an instant, the thunderclouds, which were already violently surging, were like the surface of a huge wave that had a bomb thrown into it. The thunderbolts continued to explode. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The overwhelming thunderbolts seemed to be attracted by something and directly charged towards Du Xiaofu. Bang, bang, bang! Such thunderous sounds seemed to be about to explode the void. It was continuous, and it made the ears of all the creatures present roar. What shocked everyone the most was that Du Xiaofu was completely enscathed in the thunderclouds at this moment. The terrifying thunderbolts fell into his body and disappeared like a bottomless pit. Instead, it made the lightning talisman runes on Du Xiaofu's body become more and more resplendent, and the murderous aura became denser and denser. This, everyone was dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even at this moment, Qin Tiangu's seemingly young face was secretly twitching. The mountain walls were steep and the trees were lush. It was an ancient and deep space that revealed the vicissitudes of life. At this moment, crazy old Fu Yibai, the weathered youth, and the ethereal middle-aged man were floating in the depths of the void. Their gazes fluctuated with brilliance as if they could sweep through the void and peek into the world. "Freak, this kid is too freak," Crazy Ol said. The depths of his eyes were as deep as the sea, and they were filled with shock at this moment. Is this really heavenly punishment? This kid is too strange. Even if he's up there, if those monsters succeeded in resisting it, they would lose a few layers of skin even if they didn't die. The weathered youth said. His face that was filled with vicissitudes and wisdom had unknowingly been filled with shock. I've already said that this kid isn't any weaker than those monsters. He's only stronger, Fu Yibai said. He scratched his hair that was like a chicken's nest with an indifferent expression. He has the lightning martial vein and is a descendant of the Du family. This heavenly punishment is to him. The ethereal middle-aged man in white robes had a meaningful look in his eyes. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as heaven and earth trembled. The vast and mighty thunderclouds were filled with lightning as they wreaked havoc. Du Xiaofu stepped into the clouds. The golden wings of the great Ping spread out as purple-golden lightning covered the area. The violent lightning was like a monstrous wave, but it was also like an unshakable boulder. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit that was absorbing the lightning that filled the sky. The lightning talisman runes on Du Xiaofu's body became more and more resplendent. It was like a purple-golden sun in the sky, while the thunderclouds dimmed. Qin Tianglong's face kept twitching. But looking at the vast destructive lightning aura, even if Du Xiaofu couldn't fight back, he didn't dare to make a move. Chapter 2208. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Qin Yanlong did not dare to step into the vast destructive lightning. He did not dare to think that he had the strength to be affected by it. This terrifying scene didn't last for long as everyone was dumbfounded. Not long after, as if sensing that Du Xiaofu was difficult to deal with, the violence in the thunderclouds began to subside. The frightening lightning might energy slowly faded. Finally, the thunderclouds that covered the sky also slowly dissipated in front of countless shocked gazes. The lightning that covered Du Xiaofu's body, and the electric arcs on the 8 trigrams void diagram finally all surged into Du Xiaofu's body and disappeared. I said, I already understand. You can no longer stop me. Looking at the dissipating thunderclouds, Du Xiaofu slowly raised his head and looked at the dissipating thunderclouds. His gaze was resolute and determined. A faint confident smile appeared on his lips as he muttered to himself, "The saint stage is the true self. I have reached the saint stage using the 8 trigrams void diagram. Break." Boom. When Du Xiaofu finished muttering to himself, the 8 trigrams void diagram that followed him like a shadow suddenly surged with monstrous waves. The ancient mysterious runes, the densely packed galaxy, the shadow of the golden rock, the shadow of the sun, moon, and stars all shrank towards Du Xiaofu and then gradually dissipated. The mysterious runes of the lightning runes on Du Xiaofu's body were also receding. Above the void, the dazzling divine ring also turned into a dazzling light and swept into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. Du Xiaofu was in the sky and the rock's golden wings spread. When the 8 trigrams void diagram finally dissipated and merged into his body, the tall and straight figure's ragged clothes fluttered like a peerless rock in human form. His aura faintly spread throughout the endless sky and was able to cause the entire world to tremble. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's stagnant aura trembled once again, surging out like a vast ocean. The void trembled. Du Xiaofu's entire body shone, releasing rumbling sounds. Large amounts of light rushed out like divine multicolored light. Bang! A muffled sound rang out from Du Xiaofu's body like thunder. The invisible bottleneck was broken through, and he stepped into the saint realm. After Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit fused with his martial vein, it was hard to tell whether his aura was in the saint martial realm or the saint talisman realm. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was that of a true saint. Above the void, Du Xiaofu was connected to the void, and there was a supreme saintly might emanating from his body, connecting with the sky and the earth. Everything I did in the past was not wrong, but it was also not right. The sage realm is the true self. This is the sage realm that I should step into. Du Xiaofu murmured, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Everyone who stepped into the sage realm was different, especially Du Xiaofu. He had comprehended many things and had many things. It seemed that he had reached perfection, but he had not found a balance, so he had not been able to break through before. However, in the end, Du Xiaofu had an epiphany in time after repeated failures. The sage realm was the true self, and the 8 trigrams were the balance. He used the 8 trigrams to break through to the sage realm. My physical body and primordial spirit have both transcended mortality and become saint. This is my path, Du Xiaofu said to himself. His physical body and primordial spirit had also transcended mortality and become saint. They were different from the rest. Du Xiaofu's breakthrough this time included his physical body and primordial spirit. Light fluctuated from the depths of the void, as if there was holy light descending. A mysterious power seeped out from the sky and connected with Du Xiaofu, as if nourishing Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the air. His invisible saint might was magnificent and vast, endlessly domineering and majestic. The aura fluctuated between the sky and the earth, giving people the feeling that it was surging like a waterfall. The holy might was too powerful. It swept across the sky like a hurricane, shaking the entire sky and plain. The aura undulated and spread in all directions. Howl! All the demonic beasts roared in fear and prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. This kind of pressure, Lonely Sky Howl, Clear Countenance, Dongfang Qingmu and the others could no longer resist. They all knelt down. Even a holy beast like the old monster Green Fox lowered his head at this moment, his eyes full of shock. The holy might was too powerful. It resonated with the sky and the earth. Even the old monster Green Fox could not resist it. He could only maintain his reverence. Otherwise, even a holy beast like him would be defeated. In the stone city, the imperial palace trembled. The golden dragon was entrenched, and the golden light was like a rising sun. Howl! At this moment, the dragon roared, revealing a mysterious and ancient aura. It affected the sky and the earth, and the pressure spread throughout the entire stone city and spread in all directions. The aura was too terrifying. It resonated with the sky and the earth, forming a powerful and majestic force. It then gradually disappeared. However, at this moment, all the creatures kneeling in the stone city were shocked to find that the energy of the sky and the earth in the entire stone city had become denser. The Rock Emperor has entered the Saint Realm again. He has entered the Saint Realm 3 times. He is different. The Rock Emperor has turned the tables and defied the heavens. He is invincible. On the warship, the army of the desolate country was in an uproar. They knelt on the deck, but their eyes were full of excitement. Du Xiaofu stood quietly in the air. The light on his body was so dazzling that it made the sky and the earth seem to dim. Only he, with the wings on his back, was the only one in the world. From afar, Du Xiaofu was like a god at this moment. He gave people the feeling that he was the beginning of the world. He gave people the feeling that he could dominate and look down on all living things. Du Xiaofu looked into the sky. The purple gold light in his eyes was like 2 bolts of lightning. It was extremely bright, and he looked down on all the heroes in all directions. Phew! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and the light on his body slowly dissipated. Then, it completely disappeared. The pressure in all directions also disappeared. At this moment, all the creatures stood up in fear and were no longer suppressed by the pressure. However, at this moment, there was no aura or light fluctuation. However, all the creatures present could feel that the thin and tall man had truly entered the Saint Realm. Looking at the man with the golden wings on his back, who looked like a real rock in human form, everyone was shocked and stunned. He actually broke through. Everyone was in a daze. Someone muttered to himself. Everything that had happened today was a miracle. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing looked at the sky and smiled knowingly. In the Sky City, Han Aodong's heart, which was in her throat, finally calmed down. A bright and beautiful smile appeared on her extremely cold face. She said to Du Xiaojing, who was beside her, "Your brother has succeeded. Brother has succeeded. He has truly entered the Saint Realm. I knew he would be fine." Du Xiaojing smiled brightly. Chapter 2209. On the warship, Zi Tianzuan was also shocked. He stared at the figure in the void in a daze. His eyes were filled with excitement and envy. He said softly, "Fourth brother, you have accepted a good disciple. It would be great if you could see it with your own eyes right now. He has broken through. Our barren country's Rock Emperor has broken through to the Saint Realm." Not far away, in the crowd, Lord North Vanquishing North trembled. He was so excited that his eyes were brimming with tears. His cheap grandson had advanced step by step. Now that he had stepped into the Saint Realm and stood at the top of the world, how could he not be excited? Our barren country will prosper. The ancestors of the Du family are here. Lord South vanquishing South and the elders of the Du family were all trembling with joy. They were so excited that they cried. Compared to Lord North vanquishing South and Lord North vanquishing South, Qin Yanlong's face was extremely gloomy. Even Qin Tiangu's face did not look good. He had resisted the divine punishment and stepped into the saint realm 3 times. This proved that Du Xiaofu had surpassed those rare invincible sovereigns in ancient times. He was a truly invincible existence. It would not be long before he would be the only one in the world. This was the result that Qin Tiangu and Qin Yanlong did not want to see. It was also the result that they were most afraid of. In the end, the purple-gold lightning in Du Xiaofu's eyes disappeared. His eyes became clear again. His aura was calm, revealing a sense of perfection. Then Du Xiaofu looked at the city in the sky. At this moment, he was separated by an invisible barrier. There were 2 beautiful figures there. They were what he had been thinking about day and night. Boom! Suddenly, a bright light surged in the void, shaking the void. A banner emitted a dazzling light and expanded in the wind. On the banner, there were shadows of the sun, moon, and stars rotating. There was a vast energy of heaven and earth. The invisible aura made people's hearts jump. It made the weapons of the living beings present tremble for no reason. It was as if they wanted to rush out and worship the banner. This was the magic saint banner, and it had appeared again. Qin Yanlong attacked again. He could not let this go. This disaster must not exist. No matter what, he had to stop it and kill it. The banner unfolded. The stars rotated. Energy fluctuated and burst out light. The terrifying warlock saint flag appeared in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. The warlock saint flag spread out majestically, bringing with it an incomparably terrifying phenomenon. It swept toward Du Xiaofu, wanting to envelop Du Xiaofu. The warlock saint flag was too powerful. It was the most important treasure of legalism. That terrifying chi swept across the sky like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens, trying to suppress everything. Awo! Buzz! At the same time, the roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of birds and turtles, could be heard from within the warlock saint flag. Wind and thunder resounded. Immediately after, the purple-gold radiance filled the sky, and the silver-gold sword radiance swept across. 2 vast waves of pressure swept out, causing the vast spread of the warlock saint flag to suddenly be obstructed. A purple-gold broadsword flew out from the sorcerer saint flag, bringing along the illusions of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The silver-gold longsword clanged with wind and thunder. Thousands of sword radiances swept out and erupted, shocking one's mind. This was the purple-gold heavenly palace and the Daluo sword formation. Originally, because Du Xiaofu was exhausted, they attacked on their own and were suppressed by Qin Yanlong with the warlock saint flag. However, they were not refined by Qin Yanlong. Now that Du Xiaofu had recovered, he used his own strength to activate the purple-gold heavenly palace and the Daluo sword formation, instantly blocking the warlock saint flag. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure drifted across the void like a god. He directly broke away from the warlock saint flag's envelopment and rushed toward Qin Yanlong. This change caused Qin Yanlong's expression to change. However, Qin Yanlong was a saint. In an instant, the void behind him collapsed, and his aura erupted. Stormy waves surged, and endless spatial waves swept out, dyeing the sky resplendent. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the entire void distorted, and the phenomenon changed. With Qin Yanlong as the center, the surrounding void surged, and the pressure was vast. Divine birds flapped their wings and ferocious beasts roared. Dazzling light, sky-splitting astral winds, the sun, moon, and stars rotated, and mountains and rivers rumbled. These terrifying phenomena were evolving into a world. The scene was terrifying. Rumble! Qin Yanlong used all his strength. Accompanied by the saint's might, the resplendent talisman runes in his body also surged out instantly, and his martial meridians surged. Moo! The roar of a beast shook the sky. The Ho beast reappeared, and a destructive aura swept out. In just an instant, Qin Yanlong used all his strength. His martial meridians, dharma techniques, and meridian spirits were all activated. Qin Yanlong could feel Du Xiaofu's current strength, and even faintly made him feel uneasy. Therefore, he used all his strength, wanting to take advantage of the fact that Du Xiaofu had just broken through to kill him before he stabilized. This old bastard is launching a sneak attack again. Damn that old bastard! Du Xiaoqin cursed, not caring about her image at all. Legalism Qin Yanlong was too shameless. He launched sneak attacks again and again. He was simply shameless to the extreme. Rumble! Dharma techniques, martial meridians, meridian spirits, and saint's might. Qin Yanlong used all his strength, and his murderous intent was overflowing. Qin Yanlong used all his means. His power overlapped and released a violent momentum. Suddenly, the talisman runes above the void spread out a frenzy of energy like waves, shaking the sky and the plains, and shocking all living creatures. Such power and energy soared into the sky, rolling up thousands of feet high. The momentum collapsed, drowning the void. The talisman runes were vast and dazzling, as if they were burning with divine fire. Du Xiaofu's figure did not stop. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the golden rock wings on his back expanded. The golden talisman runes were endless, as if a golden cloud was expanding in the sky. It carried the infinite domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan, and it was surging awe-inspiring. Screech! At this moment, the expanded golden rock wings covered the void, and its domineering aura shook the surroundings. The sky was like a sea of golden light, and the faint cry of a rock could be heard. The golden talisman runes spread densely, and it was so dazzling that it made the surrounding world dim. Even the old monster of the green fox narrowed his eyes, finding it too dazzling to look at. Under everyone's gaze, the golden rock flapped its golden rock wings, which were like clouds in the sky, and an overbearing aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was the rock flying in the sky. It flapped its wings, and the light was dazzling. The blazing golden light connected the city, and the invisible power imprisoned the void. Bang, 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 bang! At this moment, when the golden rock flapped its golden rock wings, an unparalleled golden light burst out. The divine birds and ferocious beasts in the space trembled and exploded, and the illusory images of the sun, the moon, and stars were shattered. The strange phenomena dissipated, and the void sank, and everything turned into a vacuum. We are both in the saint realm, but you can't withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu's voice was cold, and his aura was surging and terrifying, making the void tremble. On the golden rock wings behind him, golden talisman runes covered half of the sky, as if they had become one with the world. The supreme power of the saint filled the air, and he looked at Qin Yanlong's bloodline soul, the Ho. It was too fast. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the huge fey beast, and an unparalleled overbearing aura burst out. A terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body, and he threw out a punch. It was clean and neat, as fast as lightning, and as powerful as thunder. This punch was wrapped in golden light, and it faintly carried the sound of a dragon roaring in the sky and a divine elephant trumpeting. It looked down in all directions. Bang! The terrifying fey beast's eyes were suddenly filled with horror. The punch landed between its eyebrows, and it was unable to dodge. It directly pierced through, and the huge body of the beast, which was like a living thing, turned into a large number of dazzling broken talisman runes and runes. With one punch, the terrifying Ho collapsed inch by inch, and it could not withstand a single blow. This result caused everyone to be overwhelmed with shock and horror. They couldn't help but feel as if they couldn't breathe. Chapter 22:10. Qin Yunlong spat out a mouthful of blood. His meridian soul was destroyed. This kind of heavy injury was too heavy, causing his eyes to be filled with shock and disbelief. "We're both in the saint realm, but you no longer have the ability to flaunt your seniority. You're so weak." After smashing Qin Yunlong's meridian soul with one punch, Du Xiaofu's figure didn't stop at all. He shouted with irresistible force. His eyes were extremely cold, and the cold light in his eyes was as frightening as the edge of a blade. The rock flapped its golden wings and swooped down, crossing the void and reaching Qin Yunlong in an instant. Boom! With the rock's golden wings on his back, such a figure was fierce and domineering, about to shatter the void. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his whole body was covered with golden light. His aura was terrifying. Sizzle, it was too fast. Even the old monster Green Fox felt that the speed of the rock was too fast. Sizzle, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Qin Yanlong and stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers curled slightly and golden light erupted. Dazzling talisman patterns wreaked havoc like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. At this moment, a domineering and fierce aura swept across the sky. Everyone felt their meridian soul trembling as if they were facing a king. The demonic beast souls trembled and prostrated themselves. This was Du Xiaofu's rock's chaos-crushing claw. At this moment, when Du Xiaofu used it with his cultivation strength, the sky was overturned and the sky was surging. The dazzling golden light and domineering will made Du Xiaofu the only one in the void. Such power made all the creatures look horrified and their hairs stand on end. Even the Saint Realm cultivators were shocked. Just one claw was so terrifying. Qin Yunlong, who was spitting out blood, was horrified. The talisman patterns in front of him intertwined and turned into a light curtain, trying to block this attack. However, Du Xiaofu's attack was too terrifying. It was extremely domineering and resonated with heaven and earth. The domineering will swept out as if it had mobilized the power of heaven and earth and imprisoned this part of the void. With a sizzling sound, the light in front of Qin Yanlong shattered. It was like a hot knife through butter, destroying everything in its path. The golden claw print seemed to distort the entire universe. In an instant, it shrouded Qin Yunlong, who was spitting out blood again, and imprisoned him. Then, everyone's hair stood on end. Du Xiaofu's claw landed on Qin Yanlong's neck and held him in his hand. The entire place was deathly silent. Everyone was dumbstruck. Qin Yunlong's, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Sky City was currently filled with people. More and more direct disciples of the school of legalism emerged from the spatial wormhole. The legalism's eyes of the world, sectachin of do of the heaven of the of the of his. His tall and straight figure was surrounded by golden light. His domineering aura surged, making one's soul tremble. At this moment, Qin Yunlong's mouth was bleeding profusely. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood and his face was pale. In the depths of his eyes there was shock and fear. Qin Yunlong's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could he believe that he would be defeated in a single blow after everything that had happened? Legalism's divine ancestor can't withstand a single blow. The Rock Emperor is invincible. He will kill all his enemies. The desolate country's army was shocked. Everyone was overjoyed as their blood boiled. The Rock Emperor is invincible. He will kill all his enemies. Cheers and shouts spread and soared into the clouds. The desolate country's army had been on tenterhooks since the beginning of the battle. Now that they saw the dignified legalism's divine ancestor unable to withstand a single blow, the desolate country's army erupted in excitement. The 18 celestial guards, Gui Che, silver-winged demonic condor, phantom, blood-vine spirit, Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, general, and Dongli Diao all had resplendent eyes as their auras trembled. Rumble, however, at this moment, Du Xiaofu did not waste any time. He lifted Qin Yunlong, who was vomiting blood, and a golden light erupted. Suddenly, He threw Qin Yunlong in his hand like he was throwing a rock at the city in the sky. Chi-la-la, creak. Creak, under that terrifying force, the space where Qin Yunlong's body passed shattered inch by inch. Blood continued to spurt from his mouth as he charged towards the city in the sky like a comet. Qin Tiangu's expression changed. There was a spatial barrier that he had set up there. His eyes darkened as he immediately withdrew the barrier. Using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. Qin Tiangu knew very well that this was done deliberately by Du Xiaofu. He wanted to use Qin Yunlong's physical body to break through the barrier. If he did not withdraw it, Qin Yunlong's fate would be unimaginable. Bang! The invisible spatial barrier was dissolved. Qin Yunlong's body charged into the city in the sky like a bomb, shattering a large area of the city walls and buildings. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Huge rocks fell and turned into a large area of ruins. Qin Yunlong was buried in the rubble. No one knew if he was dead or alive. He won. Xiaofu won. The north vanquishing prince, the south vanquishing prince, and the old man from the Du family were trembling with tears in their eyes. He won. The Rock Emperor won. The Rock Emperor is invincible. He will kill all enemies. Such a shout was like thunder. It rushed into the sky from the desolate country's army, and its aura shook the heavens. Gulp, gulp, the crowd of spectators in the distance gulped and swallowed their saliva. They were shocked to the extreme. The dignified divine ancestor of legalism, one of the top existences in the world, could not even withstand a single blow. Looking at the tall figure in the void, all the onlookers were shocked. Such a demon king had turned the tables. He had defied the heavens and stepped into the saint realm. He was incomparably ferocious and terrifying. He could explode and kill all enemies. The old monster of the Green Fox tribe raised his eyes and looked at the tall and straight figure. A greenish-yellow light flickered in his eyes. Apart from being shocked, there was also a sense of relief. Perhaps one day, he would regret his decision to follow such a junior. He is invincible. He is invincible. Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, Nether Demon, Dugu Fenshin, Yeluhan, and Dongfang Qingmu were all talking to themselves at this moment. They were arrogant and proud. However, at this moment, looking at the tall figure in the sky, they were in awe. In front of that figure, there was no arrogance to speak of. Father is so powerful. Little Xingxing waved his fists in joy. This guy, how can he be so abnormal? Du Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and was shocked. Du Tingxian held the divine thunder spear tightly. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. I've won. Du Xiaofu stepped into the sky and looked at Qin Tiangu in the distance. As his voice fell, he looked at the city in the sky and stepped into the sky. Hearing this, Qin Tiangu's eyes were filled with emotions. However, his expression was normal and nothing could be seen. However, his silent expression secretly affected this side of the world, making all the living creatures feel inexplicably depressed. Du Xiaofu did not kill Qin Tianglong directly. Although he wanted to, he knew that he could not do so today. If he could successfully take his mother and Xiaojing back, everything would be fine. Swish, Du Xiaofu didn't bother with Qin Tiangu. His gaze was fixed on the two silhouettes on the city wall. As they walked, the space around them shrank, and the golden wings of the great rock vanished. Chapter 22:11. Qi-La, the heavenly palace of purple gold and the Daluo sword formation, retreated from the legalism saint flag. They did not continue to be in a stalemate with the legalism saint flag. They turned into two bolts of lightning and shot into Du Xiaofu's glabella and palm. Looking at such a man walking over, all the legalism disciples in Sky City trembled. They trembled for no reason and their bodies trembled. Han Aodong looked at the tall young man walking over with a smile on her face. However, her eyes could not help but feel a little sour. It was as if she wanted to cry, but she held it back. Tears welled up in her eyes. Du Xiaofu soared into the air. After a few steps, He arrived in front of Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing. This time, Du Xiaofu was not agitated or excited. Compared to the first time they had met, they were more familiar with each other. This was because they were connected by blood. "Brother!" Du Xiaojing called out. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. It was very touching. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked at Du Xiaojing and raised his hand to stroke the few strands of hair on her beautiful face. Suddenly, a white but warm hand gently landed on Du Xiaofu's face. The hand was trembling slightly, and it was very careful, as if it was afraid that the slightest bit of force would cause Du Xiaofu's face to shatter. Du Xiaofu looked back at the beautiful woman in front of him. Their eyes met, and the surroundings were silent. "Mother, Father and I are here to bring you home," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. His voice was calm, but it reverberated in all directions. It was loud enough for all living beings to hear clearly. "So that's the Demon King Du Xiaofu's mother." Among the spectators in the distance, some who did not know what was going on finally understood and were shocked. They had long heard of the relationship between the Demon King Du Xiaofu and the legalism. They had always thought that it was just a legend. If it was true, why would the legalism insist on killing the Demon King Du Xiaofu? After all, they were connected by blood. But at this moment they didn't expect the legend to be true. No wonder the Demon King Du Xiaofu wasn't polite to legalism. "The entire Huang nation is here to welcome the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess." On the warship, Zhen Qinchun, the child of Sacred Array, held the Lord of Legalism in his hand and looked at the city in the sky. His voice spread out in all directions. "The entire Huang nation welcomes the Empress Dowager and the eldest princess. Welcome, Empress Dowager and eldest princess." At that moment, on the warship, the desolate country's army saluted in unison. Their shouts were like a tidal wave that soared into the clouds. Their auras fluctuated and filled the sky plains. The Green Fox Demon, Yi Piaoling, Mo Tianxiao, Ming Yao, Lian Qingrong, Gui Che, Silver-Winged Demonic Eagle, Phantom, Qiangu Yu, Bloodvine, and the others stood in unison. Their auras surged and shook the void. Such a mighty voice made the disciples of legalism in the city in the sky look at each other and tremble in fear. Looking at the formation of the Huang nation's army, these disciples of legalism understood that the people they had looked down on not long ago and regarded as ants in the outside world had now surpassed legalism. Among their peers, legalism was no match for a group of supreme talents. Qin Tiangu stood in the void. His expression was calm, but deep in his eyes there was a glimmer of brilliance. Listening to the mighty voices in the sky plains, Han Aodong looked ahead. Her eyes trembled, but her beautiful face was full of smiles. Then, Han Aodong's gaze landed in front of the Han army. At that moment, there was a handsome middle-aged man standing in the void, covered in lightning armor and holding a long spear. She could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. They slid down her cheeks and her vision began to blur. However, the smile on her face grew even wider, moving one's soul. "Mother, Father is waiting for us. Let's go home," Du Xiaofu said. Looking at the smile on his mother's face, his heart was filled with warmth. All the hardships he had suffered over the years were worth it at this moment. "Yes, let's go home." Han Aodong's beautiful face revealed a smile. Her aura was still supreme, making it impossible for anyone to provoke or offend her. Boom! Suddenly, the ground in the Sky City shook. Huge rocks shot out from the pile of ruins, creating a dazzling scene. A monstrous aura soared into the sky. Qin Yanlong's figure rushed out from the ruins. His originally battered and bloody body once again erupted with an aura that was comparable to his peak. The light in his eyes surged and his hair fluttered in the wind. The aura on his body materialized and shook the sky plains. "Divine Ancestor!" the disciples of legalism exclaimed. Then they were pleasantly surprised. Their divine ancestor stood up again. It seemed that he was going to reverse the situation. He was very fast. As Qin Yanlong rushed out, the void around him became silent and solidified. Wind and thunder roared. It was an extremely strange scene. Buzz! In an instant, an ancient sword with patterns appeared in Qin Yanlong's hand. The mysterious runes on the sword were dazzling. They condensed into illusory sword radiance one after another. Shocking fluctuations spread out. Oh no, Qin Yanlong seems to be using some kind of powerful secret method. The old monster of Green Fox's expression changed. He could feel that Qin Yanlong's aura was much more powerful than when he activated a spell. His aura was so powerful that it was vast and mighty. It was enough to crush cultivators of the same level. Little bastard, do you really think you have won? This is my real trump card. Qin Yanlong's gloomy and ear-piercing voice traveled across the void with an incomparably terrifying aura. His body was like an arrow leaving the bow. The ancient sword in his hand buzzed with wind and thunder. A vast power was released to distort the surrounding space. The terrifying sword intent spread out. The light was as dazzling as the sun. It was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Whoosh, whoosh, the sword radiance soared into the sky, leaving countless afterimages. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into tens of thousands of sharp sword shadows. The space along the way was immediately torn apart, leaving behind pitch-black spatial traces. That old bastard is still alive. Du Xiaoyao's face turned solemn in the face of such terrifying power. He could feel that the sword radiance was too powerful. It contained the power of heaven and earth. It was vast and boundless. Rumble! The sword radiance swept out. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed. The wind and clouds surged. Faint lightning flashed and thunder roared. The terrifying sword aura swept out and destroyed a large area of the void. The vast destructive power spread out. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. So powerful! Mo Tianxiao, Elder Lei, Dugu Fenshin, and the others looked at the terrifying sword radiance in the void in front of them with solemn eyes. At this moment, the power that Qin Yanlong brought out was much more powerful than when he activated the spell and the Warlock Saint flag. Little bastard, go to hell! Qin Yanlong's voice was like thunder. His killing intent surged. His face was ferocious. He activated the terrifying sword radiance, which caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The space in the sky cracked with pitch-black spiderweb-like crack. The void was directly split open as if it was tofu. The terrifying destructive power spread out in all directions in an arc of light. The sword radiance was monstrous. It covered the sky like an inescapable net. Cracks spread out rapidly like spiderwebs. Chapter 22:12. The vast space was destroyed and turned into a pitch-black void, enveloping Du Xiaofu, Han Aodong, and Du Xiaojing. Such a sword ray was too terrifying. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes, and a purplish-gold color suddenly rushed out from his eyes. At this moment, his expression was cold and stern. Boom! However, at that moment, the void suddenly trembled and purple lightning rushed out. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Du Xiaojing had made her move. Her clear eyes were instantly filled with purplish-gold lightning. The thunder martial meridians were densely packed and her aura was murderous. She formed a hand seal and light lingered on her slender fingertips. Mysterious runes surged and turned into an illusory longsword. At that moment, Du Xiaojing was as graceful as a swan, like an immortal. Her beauty was stunning. She held a long sword in her hand and her dress fluttered in the wind. She did not look like a mortal, but her divine power was overwhelming and murderous. Facing Qin Yanlong's terrifying destructive sword ray, Du Xiaojing's expression did not change. She shot out and did not retreat. Instead, she advanced and directly collided with it. At that moment, even Du Xiaofu secretly frowned. The sword move that Qin Yanlong had used was not to be underestimated. It was much more powerful than the combination of a spell and the Warlock Saint flag. Everyone's eyes trembled. At that moment, they all secretly gasped for Du Xiaojing. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the speed was very fast. That dreadful sword light swept across the sky and erupted with earth-shattering piercing sounds of wind breaking. The entire space was trembling. Spatial ripples and cracks spread out rapidly like a spider web. They were about to engulf Du Xiaojing's body. However, it was also at this moment that a shocking scene appeared amidst the astonishment of all the living beings present. Crack, 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 the monstrous sword ray swept out. Just as it was about to engulf Du Xiaojing, it suddenly collapsed inch by inch. The vast destructive power dissipated in an instant. It was like a resounding battle song that suddenly stopped at its most surging and boiling point, making it difficult for people to recover from their shock. The monstrous sword radiance shattered and the void sank. It extended all the way to Qin Yanlong. At this moment, for some unknown reason, Qin Yanlong's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The monstrous aura on his body, which seemed to have reversed, directly shriveled up like an exploding balloon. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood like a blood arrow. Pfff, Qin Yanlong's face was deathly pale and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were lifeless as he shook his head repeatedly. Why is this happening? Why? Do you really think that I would hand over the sword art to legalism? A faint voice rang in Qin Yanlong's ears. The graceful and fairy-like figure had already arrived before him. The sword shadow condensed from the mysterious runes of the talisman in her hand slashed out, and a series of earth-shattering sword cries resounded throughout the area. Swish! Swish! In an instant tens of thousands of sword rays burst out, turning into tens of thousands of sword rays that seemed to cover the sky and the sun. As the tens of thousands of sword rays swept across, the space suddenly exploded. Each sword ray directly split open a pitch-black spatial crack, accompanied by purple thunderbolts that filled the void. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. Purple thunderbolts shuttled across the sky. The sword radiance was monstrous, the space exploded, and the terrifying sword shadow swept across. A terrifying energy storm immediately swept out like a hurricane. Crack! Sword radiance shot out from both inside and outside the Sky City. Wherever the terrifying energy storm swept, the earth cracked and collapsed. The Sky City collapsed. The aura was monstrous, the runes were blazing, and the purple thunderbolts descended. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Coo! Coo! The old monster of the Green Fox tribe was stunned and secretly gasped. This sword move seemed to be the same as Qin Yanlong's, but its power seemed to be more powerful than Qin Yanlong's. It even contained the power of heaven and earth, and resonated with heaven and earth. This seemed to be the orthodox sword move. When the terrifying energy storm spread to a certain range, it came to a sudden stop and silently disappeared from the world. The void recovered in an instant. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaojing appeared in front of Qin Yanlong. The illusory sword radiance in his hand pierced into Qin Yanlong's chest. No blood flowed out, but the wound was densely covered with purple-gold thunderbolts. I've checked. The sword technique is not fake. Why? Qin Yanlong stared at Du Xiaojing. His eyes were white, as if he was still puzzled and refused to believe it. It's not easy to deceive you, but you're too greedy. The first part of the sword technique is real, but I made some changes to the last killing move. You're too happy to see the treasure. How could you think of that? There's nothing wrong with you performing the sword technique, but when you perform the last killing move, you'll go mad and your tendons and meridians will be broken. As the sound of his voice rang out, the talisman sword in Du Xiaojing's hand vanished. He turned and left. His eyes regained their clarity like the stars, and his ink-black hair cascaded down from the back of his head. He was as transcendent as an immortal, transcending the mortal world. I've just demonstrated the last killing move to you. You won't be able to use it again in your life. Du Xiaojing continued in a calm voice. Bang, bang, bang. As Du Xiaojing's voice fell, a low muffled sound came from Qin Yanlong's body. It was the sound of his meridians being broken. At the same time, blood flowed backward from Qin Yanlong's acupuncture point. Sword radiance rushed out from his body. At this moment, Qin Yanlong's eyes became ferocious and terrifying, and they turned blood red. His meridians are broken and he's going mad. The old monster Green Fox, Mo Tianshao, Elder Lei, and the others looked into the distance and were shocked. They could see that Qin Yanlong's meridians were broken and he was going mad. Bang! Finally, Qin Yanlong's body exploded. A vast energy swept out, and the collision caused the space to collapse inch by inch. Rumble, the surrounding space fragments shot out like powder. Wherever the energy passed, a vast void space was revealed, and then it slowly merged. I hate it, I hate it. When his body exploded, Qin Yanlong's sinister voice seemed to come from hell. It echoed in the void and was extremely terrifying. A beam of dazzling light shot out from the void that had exploded. The light was dazzling and contained an invisible force. It transformed into the illusory body of Qin Ming Long, and the invisible aura caused the spirits of everyone present to tremble. You bitch! Legalism has treated you well. Why did you do this? Why did you do this to me? The eyes of the illusory body of Qin Yanlong were extremely sinister. His face was distorted to the point of collapse and madness. Strange phenomena surged in the sky. It was incomparably vast. My brother dug out his heart. I felt the pain. You humiliated and bullied my brother time and time again. You tried to kill him time and time again. You separated my family. You separated my family. I endured it because of my mother. Chapter 22:13. Is the school of legalism really treating me well? The so-called treated me well is because I was born as a holy venerate and wanted to be used by legalism. If I had been mediocre, I would have died in my infancy. Du Xiaojing's footsteps came to a halt as she turned to look at Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit. Her voice echoed throughout Sky City as she said, "On account of how legalism has treated me well, I did not do it myself. I also did not set you up. It was you who wanted to kill my brother. It was you who destroyed your own primordial spirit. From now on, legalism and I are even. I hope we never meet again." As soon as she finished speaking, Du Xiaojing's figure flashed across the sky and landed beside Du Xiaofu and Han Aodong. Gulp, however, at this moment, Du Xiaojing's words stunned everyone present. Some people secretly swallowed their saliva. That old Qin Yunlong's meridians are broken and he has gone mad. His physical body has been destroyed. The first princess is amazing. The first princess's move is too beautiful. That old man Qin Yunlong will never be able to recover. This old bastard, this is even worse than killing him. The desolate country's army was in an uproar. They were all overjoyed. Hearing those words, it was not difficult to guess that the first princess, Du Xiaojing, had set Qin Yunlong up and destroyed his physical body, leaving behind a primordial spirit. He would never be able to recover. For a Saint Realm expert, this was worse than death. The sound waves were like thunder. Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit roared, shaking the void. The vast and surging power of the primordial spirit swept through the entire sky plains, causing everyone to tremble. Those who were weaker felt their souls tremble and their minds were about to explode. At this moment, everyone could feel Qin Yunlong's hatred. It was a hatred that seeped into his bones. Qin Yunlong broke down and went crazy. He was furious. He had never thought that he would end up like this. In the end, he had been set up by Du Xiaojing and destroyed his own physical body. From now on, it would be difficult for him to improve. Han Aodong looked at Qin Yunlong's crazy primordial spirit body in the void behind her. She felt a little helpless. Then, her expression returned to normal. The purplish gold light in Du Xiaofu's eyes slowly receded as he watched Qin Yunlong's crazed soul. He said softly, "One can survive a heaven-sent disaster, but one cannot survive a self-inflicted disaster. The void rippled, and a figure appeared in the air. Du Tingshuan's figure walked over from the front. The divine thunder spear on his body disappeared, and so did the divine thunder armor on his body. Du Tingxian walked over calmly, but there was an invisible pressure of heaven and earth fluctuating around him. Du Tingshuan's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was vigorous and handsome. As he stood in front of him, his footsteps slowed down. On his handsome face, Du Tingxian looked at Han Aodong. His sharp eyes became gentle at this moment. He was a little excited and a little nervous. After so many years, you are still so beautiful. Xiaojing takes after you. I wonder which family will be so lucky in the future. Du Tingxian spoke. He waved his hand and stroked his chin. He looked at Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing and smiled. Du Tingshuan's lips were thin. He looked at Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing and smiled very sincerely. After so many years, you still haven't changed. Han Aodong looked at the man in front of her. He walked out slowly. His gaze was very calm, so calm that it was as if they were together every day. They did not seem like a couple who had been separated for decades. Du Xiaojing's eyes flickered. Only she knew that her mother had been waiting for this day every day. She had been waiting for the day when the family would be reunited. She had been imagining the scene of the family being reunited every day, so she was very calm at this moment. Because this scene had been fantasized in his mother's mind every day. I came a little late, but I'm finally here. Our son and I are here to pick you up. Du Tingxian looked into Han Aodong's eyes. There were some emotions in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, I've let you and our daughter suffer. You are the ones who suffered. Han Aodong looked at Du Tingxian. Her smile was calm, but her eyes could not help but moisten. She reached out and held Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaojing's hands. She looked at Du Tingxian and said, Everything is fine now. Let's go home and talk. Okay, let's go home and talk. Du Tingxian nodded his head vigorously. Let's go home. Du Xiaofu also had a smile on his face. Qin Yanlong was no longer a concern in the future. He did not want to have any entanglements with legalism in the future. It was enough for the family to be reunited. Why do I feel a little sad? Zhen Qingchun looked at the family of 4 in front of him and whispered. Finally, the family is reunited. Xiaojing and third aunt are here. Du Xiaoman said softly. Her eyes had become moist at some point in time. At this moment, those who knew Du Xiaofu well felt sad. They were well aware of what kind of stories Du Xiaofu had gone through and what kind of trials he had gone through. Many of the elders of the Du family, such as the North Vanquishing Prince and the South Vanquishing Prince, who knew the family well, felt even more sour. They were the rulers of the area, but at this moment, there were traces of tears in the corners of their eyes. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, just as the family of 4 was reunited, such laughter reverberated. It was deafening like thunder. Accompanied by such laughter, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above the entire sky plane. Dark clouds gathered, runes appeared, and bloody light surged. Crackle, within the dark clouds, there were streaks of black lightning. The wind blew, the clouds surged, and the sky changed color. Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked up. That was Qin Tiangu laughing, but everyone could hear the monstrous anger contained in that laughter. This anger was like the anger of the heavens that caused a phenomenon in the sky. It was a sign that something big was about to happen. Master Flamespark's eyes shined brightly. At this moment, his aura quietly surged. What a family reunion! What a family of 4! Such a voice came out from Qin Tiangu's mouth, and that terrifying laughter stopped. He looked at the family of 4, Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, and Han Aodong. His originally calm face suddenly turned pale, as if there was no blood in it. His eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent. Qin Tiangu, legalism has lost. Are you going back on your words? Master Flamespark spoke. Red-blue flames and lightning spread out from his body. His aura became boundless and incomparably hot. Master Flamespark was warning that if Qin Tiangu did anything strange, he would not hesitate to attack. That's right. That kid did win. Their family is reunited. Qin Tiangu's eyes were cold and sharp. He said, "But what a cruel girl. She made my ancestor fall into such a state. His meridians were broken, and he went mad. How cruel!" Chapter 22:14. Qin Tiangu stared at the family of four. Qin Yanlong's meridians were broken because of himself, and he had gone mad. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. A Saint Realm expert who was about to step into the middle stage of the Saint Realm had his body destroyed, and only his primordial spirit left. It was a great loss. When legalism was at its peak, it was difficult to produce a single saint in the end, even though there were so many pride. Now that a Saint Realm expert's body was destroyed, it was a great loss. Legalism couldn't bear it, especially at this time. Qin Tiangu's state of mind was very stable, but it was difficult for him to calm down at this moment. "Qin Tiangu, you'd better not anger me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I'll destroy your legalism," Huolei said. His thunderous voice shook heaven and earth, making everyone tremble. It was an absolute warning. "Huolei, you're so arrogant. Do you really think it's the same as before? This is already a family matter of legalism. If you want to interfere, don't blame me for being impolite," Qin Tiangu said. His voice was mighty and shook the sky. An endless force suppressed the sky, making the universe tremble. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tiangu's aura surged and spread toward the void, enveloping everyone's heart. Everyone was shocked. This aura was far more powerful than Qin Yanlong's. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him. "Then I'll fulfill your wish," Huolei shouted. Wisps of red and blue flames rose and rushed out from the void, instantly shaking the surroundings. "Are they going to start a war?" The creatures were all trembling, all of them feeling fear and uneasiness. Sensing the two auras, the old monster green fox, Mo Tianxiao, and the others immediately gasped and stepped back unconsciously. "Huolei, if you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. However, it's not me. Someone else will accompany you." In the void, Qin Tiangu sneered. Runes surged, twisting the void and shaking the sky. A vast force descended on Sky City, seeming to make time and space chaotic. It also quietly enveloped Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, and Du Xiaojing. "Be careful." Du Tingxian raised his eyes and looked at the sky. The lightning armor on his body immediately covered him. He held the divine thunder spear tightly. His eyes instantly sharpened and purple lightning surged out. Boom! Golden light surged. Du Xiaofu was also enveloped by the azure spirit armor in an instant. The golden wings of the great rock expanded, shining with golden light, domineering and awe-inspiring. The father and son stood together, vaguely shielding Han Aodong and Du Xiaojing behind them. Legalism is really nothing good. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao's aura surged as they prepared to attack at any moment. "Qin Tiangu, you are indeed not a good person. So you have been delaying all this time. This is your real goal." At this moment, Master Huolei was standing in the void. With him as the center, strands of red and blue flames and arcs of lightning surrounded him, creating cracks in the void. However, at this moment, deep within Master Huolei's vast eyes, there was a hint of seriousness and a soft sigh. Roar! Just as Master Huolei finished speaking, a dragon's roar resounded. A greenish-yellow light flashed across the sky like lightning. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge dragon rushed out from the depths of the void. It was incomparably huge. Such a huge dragon was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. Its ferocious head was in the sky, as majestic as an ancient mountain. The huge dragon was lying in the void, and its aura was monstrous. It was not inferior to Qin Tiangu's aura at all. In fact, its dragon might was even more terrifying. "Oh my God, It's the ancient expert dragons! The old monster green fox exclaimed. He was dumbfounded and inexplicably shocked. The old monster green fox recognized at a glance that the mighty dragon was an ancient expert of the dragon clan who had come out of the tomb of eternity like Qin Tiangu. At this moment, the ancient expert dragons had also arrived. The huge dragon looked down. Its dragon eyes were like the sun and its power was shocking. Walala! At the side of the huge dragon, a figure appeared and turned into a middle-aged man. A ring of blazing flames appeared behind him like an erupting volcano. The flames poured down and formed a space of its own. Then, another old man appeared in the sky. His robe fluttered as if he was about to merge into this space. A huge dragon and 2 human experts suddenly descended here. The 3 auras were exuberant. The 3 experts stood in the void, causing the sky to tremble quietly. 3 pairs of eyes swept across the surroundings. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the huge dragon and the 2 human experts did not deliberately hide their auras. Any one of them could be on par with Qin Tiangu. Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, Deng Kuei dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, school of famous Master Huolei looked at the huge dragon and the 2 figures in the sky. Red-blue flames flickered in his eyes as he said to Qin Tiangu, "You delayed for so long because you were waiting for them, right?" "That's right." Qin Tiangu did not evade and nodded gloomily. Boom! Boom! As Qin Tiangu's voice fell, another 3 figures appeared in the void. 3 auras that were not as strong as the 3 dragons, but they were definitely powerful enough to shake the void. Du Xiaofu looked up. How could Du Xiaofu not recognize the 3 who came later? They were Long Qianshao of the dragons, Hui Wu of the school of vertical and horizontal, and Su Sanyan of the school of vertical and horizontal. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. At this moment, he understood everything. From the beginning, Qin Tiangu's so-called, whoever tied the bell should untie it, was at most probing and stalling for time. From the beginning, Qin Tiangu did not intend to let his mother and sister go. He must have secretly informed the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal. Otherwise, although Saint Realm cultivators could cross space with a wave of their hand and tear open space, instantly arriving tens of thousands of kilometers away, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to conclude that Qin Tiangu must have notified him long ago for him to appear in the school of legalism. The dragons, the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, these 4 forces must have planned it long ago and had the means to secretly inform each other. Looking at the 6 people who came at this moment, 6 Saint Realm experts, 3 of which were ancient Saint Realm experts, Du Xiaofu's eyes were deep in awe. Huolei had long said that Qin Tiangu was meticulous and ruthless. He was not a good person. Sure enough, he was stalling for time for this moment. He's not dead. Sweeping their eyes across the void, the 3 ancient Saint Realm experts, the giant dragon, the middle-aged man, and the old man's eyes fell on Du Xiaofu, who looked like a real rock in human form. The 3 pairs of eyes were like lightning. Even though they were separated by space, Du Xiaofu's spirit trembled violently. If he had not broken through to the Saint Realm, he would not have been able to bear it. As if sensing Du Xiaofu's aura at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes fluctuated. He asked, "The strange phenomenon just now came from here. Is it because of this boy?" Chapter 22:15. He has passed the heavenly punishment and entered the Saint Realm. Qin Tiangu only said this short sentence, the divine light in his eyes surging. Boom! Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, and Deng Kuang, as well as Su Sanyan, Long Qianshao, and Hui Wu, listened to Qin Tiangu's brief words. Their eyes trembled violently. Past the heavenly punishment. Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, and Deng Kuang stared at Du Xiaofu, unable to calm themselves down. Past the heavenly punishment, these 4 words were enough to let them know what it meant. This was an invincible martial saint. Such an opponent had grown up. It wouldn't be long before they couldn't hold him back anymore. Su Sanyan, Long Qianchao, and Hui Wu looked at each other in disbelief. They had seen Du Xiaofu fail to break through to the Saint Realm with their own eyes. They didn't expect him to break through again and pass the heavenly punishment. They couldn't help but tremble inwardly. That kid was already so terrifying before he entered the Saint Realm. Now, not only did he break through to the Saint Realm, but he also passed the heavenly punishment. How powerful was he? The six of them were secretly shocked. Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, and Deng Quang also stared at Huolei with furrowed brows. Huolei is no longer the same as before. He has the thunder martial vein, but what does it mean? He is no longer the same person. Why bother? Gongsun Jiang looked at Fire Thunderseed. The space behind him had become its own space. His burning aura twisted the space around him. His aura was vast. You know that he has the thunder martial vein, yet you still dare to do this. You are quite bold. Huolei stared at Gongsun Jiang, the old turtle, and Deng Quang and said, Huolei, the demon god has been born. No one can stop him. Moreover, do you think you can stop us with your own strength? Why do you make a mistake? Deng Quang stared at Huolei as his aura soared into the sky. He, Long Wangu, and Gongsun Jiang didn't want to be enemies with Huolei. No matter who provoked such an opponent, they wouldn't have a good time. It's useless to say more. Even if you were at your peak, I wouldn't put you in my eyes, let alone now. If you want to make a move, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. The Fire Lightning Seed's voice was like a thunderclap. The scarlet-blue flame and lightning spread out, vast and boundless. Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, and Deng Quang's expressions turned ugly. This so-called desolate country cannot be allowed to exist. The Du family should not have appeared. Long Wangu's enormous body coiled up. His enormous dragon eyes were like two blazing suns in the sky. That kind of aura made all creatures tremble in fear. He said to Gongsun Jiang and Deng Chang. Then, he looked down at the sky and stared at little Xingxing. Leave that dragon to me. Leave the Fire Lightning Seed to us. You guys finish this quickly. Gongsun Jiang and Deng Tai stared at Huolei. They had joined hands to block Huolei, but they knew that even if they joined hands, they could only block him. It was impossible for them to kill Huolei. Qin Tiangu laughed. His voice was like a heavenly drum, but his eyes were incomparably cold. He stared at Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. Everything had happened because of those two. Legalism had suffered such a heavy blow. Now, in this great calamity, a saint had lost his physical body. Legalism could no longer bear this kind of loss. Leave this family to me. Legalism's family matters. I will settle it myself. Qin Tiangu stared at Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. He did not hide his killing intent. Du Xiaofu's eyes fluctuated with golden light. The golden wings on his back released a domineering intent. He stared at Qin Tiangu coldly. Huolei Laozu said that you, Qin Tiangu, are not a good person. You really are not. Du Xiaofu stared at Qin Tiangu. He was not intimidated. He had only been disappointed with legalism time and time again. Originally, he had a blood connection with legalism. However, after being bullied and hunted time and time again, his family had been separated. This blood connection had long been wiped clean. What was left was only hatred and disappointment. Even this time, Du Xiaofu originally thought that as long as his family was reunited, it would be enough. As long as legalism did not provoke him in the future, he could let go of everything. However, Qin Tiangu did not have good intentions from the beginning. He was stalling for time and joined forces with the school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, and famous families to kill him quickly. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with coldness. It seemed that the lesson he taught legalism was far from enough. In the sky, Huolei stared at Du Xiaofu across the sky. That brat actually betrayed him again. However, he could see through Qin Tiangu. He was indeed not a good person. You have a sharp tongue. That demon god did not kill you, but you can't escape death today. Qin Tiangu's face twitched. If I don't die, I will destroy your legalism in the future. Du Xiaofu reprimanded coldly. Perhaps legalism did go down the wrong path in the beginning, but now I have to kill you and your father. If I let you continue to grow, my legalism will be in danger in this world. I have to admit that you are the most talented junior I have ever seen in my life. If I could do it again, I would definitely nurture you well and not let legalism and you reach this stage today. But now, for legalism, I have to kill you. As for blood ties, at our level of cultivation, we don't even know how many generations have passed. It doesn't even exist. However, I will keep the mother and daughter, they will be used by my legalism. As for you and your father, you will die today. Qin Tiangu's voice fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. Some words were not meant for outsiders. The longer you live, the thicker your skin. Old man, you are really shameless, Du Xiaofu said. His heart was filled with coldness, but at the same time, he was solemn. With a few ancient experts and Long Qianchao and the other two, the desolate country's army would not be able to resist. Let's end this quickly. Don't let anyone else go. Kill them all. Gongsun Jiang said. His aura surged. Boom! As Gongsun Jiang's voice faded, Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, and Hui Wu's aura soared to the heavens as they looked at the barren country's army. They wanted to exterminate them all and eliminate the root of the problem. They wanted to kill all the supreme talents of the barren country while they were still in the cradle. Boom! The warship rumbled and the general's eyes were filled with coldness. These old men, let's fight it out with them. Du Yunlong, Du Yu and Du Hao's thunder martial veins were activated. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared, killing in all directions. Old bastard, do you think we are easy to bully? Little Xingxing clenched his fist. Golden flames flickered in his eyes and a vast aura soared into the sky. A group of juniors. Let's fight. It's worth it to die, Su Sanyan said. He looked at Du Yunlong, Du Hao and the rest. The thunder martial veins were too powerful. The Du family could not be left alive. They had to kill them all. Apologies, everyone. This chapter is temporarily updated today. There was some delay. Apologies. Chapter 22:16. I'm really surprised that you and your father could have such natural talents. You're worthy of being the descendant of that person. You're extremely talented, stepping into the saint realm at such a young age, overcoming the talent test and becoming an invincible supreme being. But so what? The path of cultivation is too long. In front of me, you're still ants. I won't give you time to grow. I'll let you go through the divine punishment and become a supreme being. Today, I can still kill you easily, Qin Tiangu said, looking down at Du Xiaofu and his son. Buzz. Du Xiaofu called out the purple gold heavenly tower again. Wind and thunder rumbled, accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers. Purple gold light filled the sky. Good stuff. Qin Tiangu's eyes lit up. He had long noticed that the purple gold heavenly tower in Du Xiaofu's hand was extraordinary and liked it very much. Let's fight. Du Tingxian held the divine thunder spear in his hand. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around him. You reckless father and son. You must die today. Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit body looked crazy and ferocious in the void. His voice was terrifying. He had suffered heavy losses and was filled with hatred. He wanted to tear the father and son into pieces. Kill, let's end this quickly. Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and Long Qianchao's aura surged as they stared at the group of supreme sky prides of the desolate country army. Almost all the supreme sky prides of the younger generation from the school of vertical and horizontal, famous, and dragons had been killed. Seeing the lineup of the desolate country's younger generation, Su Sanyan and the others trembled in their hearts. Once such a group of supreme sky prides had time to grow, how terrifying would they be? They had to eliminate them completely. Let's fight! Du Xiaoyao's golden spiritual eyes shone. Supreme sky prides fluctuated and divine might filled the air. Let's fight. At most, we'll die. On the warship, the desolate country army moved together. Facing the pressure of the Saint Realm experts in the void, those with lower cultivation were still weak. But at this moment, they forced themselves to stand upright. Their aura surged and they swore to fight. The eyes of the green fox demon flashed. If this was in the past, with his style and character, he would have fled long ago. Judging from the current situation, the desolate country was at a complete disadvantage. It was almost impossible for them to fight back. However, at this point, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe also knew that he had no way out. Even if he ran away today, the legalism, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal would not let him off in the future. The old monster of the Green Fox thought to himself, if they fought today, at least the fire thunder seed was here. Besides, the demon king, Du Xiaofu, was incredible. Who knew what would happen in the future? Besides, Du Xiaofu had the golden-winged Great Pung Bird clan behind him, and the Phoenix clan seemed to be behind the Little Dragon as well. As long as he had the chance to leave today, he might be able to rise up in the future. On the contrary, the old monster of the Green Fox tribe thought that if he ran away today, the legalism and the others would not let him off. Once the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, the Strange Dragon, the Redbone Horse Monkey, Du Tingxian, and the Fire Thunder Seed left today, none of them would let him off in the future. Moreover, even if Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, and the others joined forces, they might not be able to stop the Fire Thunder Seed. Damn it, let's fight! The old monster of the Green Fox tribe secretly gritted his teeth. He knew very well that although the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had been treating him with a smile and was extremely polite, he had to at least make Du Xiaofu feel at ease and trust if he wanted him to treat him as one of his family and enter the core of the desolate country. Today was a good opportunity. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was incredible. As long as he could leave this time, he would have a chance to make a comeback. Dongfang Qingmu, Mo Tianxiao, Dugu Fenshin, Yeluhan, and the others did not say anything, but their auras surged without reservation. They were also ready to fight. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around Elder Lei and the 8 puppets. They were ready for battle. You overestimate yourselves. Looking at the desolate country's army that was ready to fight, Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others did not take them seriously. They sneered and their auras were vast. Especially the desolate country's supreme talents, they had to be wiped out. Leave everything to me, Qin Tiangu said, looking at the father and son, Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. In his eyes, the father and son were already dead. Kid, the situation is not good. If I have no choice, I will take you with me. It should not be a problem. The Fire Thunder Seed's voice fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. The current situation was very serious. He would be delayed by Deng Ai and Gongsun Jiang, and could not be separated. The remaining Qin Tiangu and Long Wangu were not people who could be stopped by the people present. Old man, if I don't die, I will destroy legalism in the future. Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Tiangu. He did not consider the Fire Thunder Seed's words. If he could only take him with him, then what would happen to his drunkard father, mother, sister, brother, Zhen Qinchun, Du Xiaoqing, Yi Lao, sister, North vanquishing prince, Yi Piaoling, and the rest of the desolate country's army? Du Xiaofu was very straightforward. Even if he knew that there was no chance of winning, he was not afraid and would not bow down. If he did not die, he would slowly settle the score today. Don't waste time. Finish it, Long Wangu said. He was afraid that a long delay would cause problems. He looked at Little Star, his dragon eyes filled with coldness. He had heard of this mutated dragon before. It was very strange, and he wanted to check it out personally. Roar! Long Wangu attacked. His dragon claws tore through the void and filled the air with mist. The mysterious runes on the talisman fluctuated. It was like a giant hand reaching out from the void. It directly covered Little Star and Du Xiaoyao. Rumble, at the same time, Long Qianchao, Hui Wu, and Su Sanyan's three figures shook the void. Suddenly, the terrifying power directly shattered the void, bringing with it all kinds of strange phenomena. Raging flames filled the sky, astral winds howled, and the dragon's might was awe-inspiring. It was extremely terrifying as it swept towards the desolate country's army. Bang, 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 such terrifying power gathered into a frenzy of energy. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed inch by inch. Kiki kill. Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit body sneered. His eyes were vicious. He burst out with his primordial spirit body and also pounced on the desolate country's army. Gongsun Jiang and Deng Quang both stared at the fire thunder seed. Their auras quietly spread across the sky and the vast sky plains. Let's end this. Qin Tiangu also attacked. He looked down at Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian. His hand swooped down and turned into a giant hand that seemed to cover the entire sky city. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains shook. Inside the giant hand, there were all kinds of divine birds and beasts roaring. It tore the void, and the sun, the moon, and the stars rotated. Qin Tiangu was too strong. Every move he made contained the power of legalism. The huge pressure from the void collapsed, and the entire covered void seemed to be about to explode. Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, and the others immediately felt great pressure. Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian, who were wearing the blue spirit armor and divine thunder armor, also felt like their bodies were about to be crushed. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. Qin Tiangu was too strong. If he had not stepped into the Saint Plane, he would have been like an ant. Even if he had stepped into the Saint Plane, Du Xiaofu still felt small when facing Qin Tiangu. There was still a gap between the saints. Boom boom. Behind Du Xiaofu, two mighty auras rushed into the sky. Du Xiaojing and Han Aodong did not retreat. We are a family. We will advance and retreat together. Even if we die today, we will die together, Han Aodong said, and a dazzling light bloomed in her eyes. Her eyes were bright, and a magnificent and desolate aura spread out. It was as if she was a supreme being who could not be provoked. This time, I can finally fight side by side with my brother. Du Xiaojing's body was covered with thunder and lightning. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the surroundings. His beautiful face slightly raised his head and looked at the huge palm that was about to collapse. Purple gold lightning flashed in his eyes, but he did not show any fear. In just an instant, several cultivators of the Saint Plane had already attacked. Mighty power swept through the sky, and the aura was monstrous, destroying everything. Boom, boom, boom. The scene was too terrifying. Mighty attack waves swept over, and the space collapsed inch by inch. The earth shook and the void exploded. Cracks spread out on the ground. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The onlookers who were far behind also felt their hair stand on end under this kind of power. The barren country is finished. It will be strangled. The ancient cultivators of the school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, famous clans, and legalism are too strong. They will destroy the barren country. Some creatures in the distance said in shock and sighed. In the future, the barren country would be able to stand with those big clans. But now it was going to be strangled. In the army of the barren country, Mo Tianshao, Dongfang Qingmu, Dugu Fenshin, Zhen Qingchun, and Du Yunlong did not hold back their auras. They were so strong that they could sweep all around. Chapter 22:17. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, however, in the face of the attacks from the Sage Realm cultivators, their defense seemed so weak. It felt like an egg hitting a rock. Everyone knew what would happen if they came into contact with the Sage Realm cultivators. Fight! The old monster Green Fox gritted his teeth. There was no way out. In an instant, his eyes turned into a strange greenish-yellow color. As the light burst out, it flooded the void and instantly turned into a huge, sky-disintegrating green light fox. The greenish-yellow light was dazzling, and a sharp and cold aura reached its peak and swept across the void. Awoo! The demonic fox floated in the air with a pair of terrifying greenish-yellow eyes. Its gigantic tail was raised high, and a row of sharp fangs were revealed from its bloody mouth. The sound of chi-chi-chi-chi was like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. It was about to go all out. Awoo! Awoo! The dragon roared and the beast roared like thunder, shaking the sky. At the same time, little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao's terrifying main body also occupied the sky. However, Long Wangu was too strong. He shrouded little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao at the same time. Fight! Yi Piaoling, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, and Zhen Qingchuan's eyes were red. They did not hold back their auras and summoned their sage artifacts. 1. Wind and thunder rumbled. Many sage artifacts appeared in the sky in Tianwu Academy. Tang Wu, Wu Kei, Gu Xinyan, and the others activated their sage artifacts. Tianwu Academy had obtained many sage artifacts from the inheritance on the warship. In the past few months, they had all recognized their masters, increasing their strength greatly. Even so, the gap between the Sage Realm and the Sage Realm was too big. The desolate country's army gathered together and attacked fiercely, creating huge waves in the void. However, it was still incomparable to Long Qianchao and the others. Just their formless aura alone was enough to suppress them. Moreover, only 10 or 20% of the desolate country's army could still fight. Although the remaining ones were the elites of the desolate country, they were powerless against the Sage Realm experts. They could not even muster the will to fight back. The desolate country is going to be killed this time. The onlookers in the distance trembled. The barren nation had a large number of supreme geniuses, but they had no time to continue growing. Under such circumstances, the outcome was already set in stone. The scene in the distance caused Du Xiaofu's eyes to turn red. A formless, baleful aura spread out from his body. Under this monstrous, baleful aura, even the air seemed to have solidified. A bone-piercing chill seeped out from Du Xiaofu's body. The invisible chill and killing intent that could not be seen by the naked eye spread out from his body in the form of airwave. Originally, Du Xiaofu only wanted to reunite with his family. Even if he had to kill legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal, it was all to protect himself and teach them a lesson. But now Du Xiaofu was truly furious, and he was filled with regret. He had been too naive. If he had directly declared war on legalism from the start, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Or perhaps, if he had begged the golden-winged Ping clan, the heavenly wood divine tree, and the Confucian school, he wouldn't have led the desolate country into such a desperate situation. I, Du Xiaofu, hereby swear that if I don't die today, I will destroy your orthodoxies in the future. The desolate country will not rest until you are dead. Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated, clearly landing in everyone's ears. It was like thunder shaking everyone's eardrums. It was accompanied by a monstrous, killing intent that swept through the sky. When the onlookers in the distance heard this, they also felt a bone-piercing chill. Their blood seemed to have frozen, and their lips trembled. Look at this killing intent! Everyone was stunned by this earth-shattering killing intent. They could all feel that Du Xiaofu's killing intent was bone-chilling. Even experts like Gongsun Jiang and Deng Ai, who had not yet made a move, were inwardly moved by this killing intent. Awoo! The purple-gold heavenly palace shone brightly, and the roars of dragons and tigers could be heard. Du Xiaofu's mighty aura swept out. If he didn't die today, he would destroy these orthodoxies. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and Qin Yunlong's primordial spirits were also shocked by this killing intent. They felt uneasy for no reason, and they were even more determined to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. At this moment, their attacks swept in front of the desolate country's army. That terrifying mighty force had not come into direct contact, but it had already caused Zhen Qinchun, the silver-winged demonic condor, Mu Ruabai, and the others to spit out blood. They felt the aura of death, and it was difficult to resist. Boom! However, at this critical moment, a mighty wave descended from above the void. Mysterious green talisman patterns bloomed, illuminating all directions. It was as if a world was opening, and it filled the void. The talisman patterns blazed brightly, and a green sun appeared in the sky. It was as if a god had descended. A bright green light screen blocked in front of the desolate country's army, and it also protected little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, and the green fox demon. Rumble! The attacks of Long Wangu, Qin Yunlong's primordial spirit, Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, and Hui Wu, especially Long Wangu's claw, which could tear the heavens and earth apart, were extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, in front of the green light screen, they could not destroy it. They could only make it tremble. Long Wangu, Su Sanyan, and Hui Wu's expressions changed. Deng Chang and Gong Sunjiang's expressions changed as well. Only Flames Park revealed a smile in his eyes. At the same time, Qin Tiangu's huge palm print descended, covering a part of the void. Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, and Du Xiaojing's aura soared into the sky. Just as they were about to fight to the death, the confined void quietly distorted. A sloppy old man in ragged clothes, with a head full of white hair and a few strands of grass, appeared out of thin air. The old man raised his hand, and a fingerprint swept out towards the huge palm print. Boom! However, when the fingerprint swept out, the void distorted. When the fingerprint came into contact with the huge palm print, the sun, moon, and stars instantly exploded one after another. The divine birds and beasts were destroyed, and the mountains and rivers were torn apart. They turned into broken ruins that swept out. The palm print that could destroy everything instantly shattered, and runes poured out, turning into a phenomenon. Qin Tiangu's expression changed, and his gaze trembled. When this figure appeared, Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, and the others were also stunned. Fu Yibai, Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. Du Xiaofu, who was about to make a move, was also stunned at this moment. When he saw the white-haired old man in front of him and the bright green figure in the distance, his eyes were immediately filled with joy. Who else could these two people be other than Fu Yibai and Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree? The vast movement in the void instantly calmed down and returned to silence. Long Qianchao, Su Sanyan, Hui Wu, and the others looked at the two figures that suddenly appeared, and their expressions immediately turned ugly. They were definitely not unfamiliar with Fu Yibai and Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, especially to Long Qianchao, who was ruthlessly trampled by Fu Yibai. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were also stunned, and their eyes were also filled with joy. It's them! Fu Yibai and Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. The desolate country's army was also stunned, and then Mo Tianshao, Lian Qingrong, and Du Xiaoman were immediately overjoyed. They knew that Fu Yibai and Heavenly Wood Divine Tree were definitely here to help the desolate country. It's Fu Yibai. The Du family's disciples were even more stunned. Some of the old men were also astonished and in disbelief. Was that really Fu Yibai from the Du family's martial repository? Among the countless spectators in the distance, there were some who couldn't bear to watch and closed their eyes. Suddenly, the mighty attack calmed down, and they thought that everything was over and that the desolate country's supremes had been killed. As some people opened their eyes and looked at the sudden change at this moment, they were all very surprised. Old Tree, Intermediate Divine Tree. Long Wangu's voice came out from his hideous mouth. His dragon eyes trembled and shook the void, and his expression turned ugly. Deng Quang and Hui Wu raised their eyes, and their expressions changed greatly. Intermediate Divine Tree, Old Tree, this matter has nothing to do with you. Why are you interfering? Qin Tiangu looked at Fu Yibai and Heavenly Wood Divine Tree with a complicated expression and his eyes twitching inwardly. You know why I'm interfering. The person that the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds has chosen is the descendant of that person, and you guys dare to interfere. How audacious! Fu Yibai's gaze swept across, but his temperament was the same as before. That formless aura was domineering and majestic. Intermediate divine tree, you know that it's not like before. The divine lightning cauldron has fallen into the hands of the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds. Could it be that the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds killed the person that the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds chose? This is the matter of our families. Don't tell me that you want to contend against our families with your strength alone? You guys have the overlord of the 3,000 great worlds behind you. Don't forget that our families aren't to be trifled with. Gongsun Jiang gritted his teeth, but his eyes were filled with dread toward Fu Yibai. Gongsun Jiang, you seem to have grown bolder after coming out of the eternal tomb. Chapter 22:18. A thunderous voice resounded through the void as a figure descended. There was not much fluctuation in his aura, but when he appeared, it attracted many gazes as if they were struck by lightning. The newcomer's clothes were shabby, and he looked about the same as Fu Yibai. However, at this moment, he was one with the void, causing everyone to tremble. Crazy old man! Someone in the desolate country's army exclaimed. It was Crazy Old Man, Ouyang Shuang's master, an unfathomable expert. North Addict. When Crazy Old Man appeared, Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, and Deng Quang's expressions changed again. Gongsun Jiang, if you have the ability, then try it today. Don't say that I'm not being courteous. Crazy Old Man looked straight at Gongsun Jiang and pointed at him. There was a terrifying majesty about him, as if he was a completely different person. North Addict, don't go too far. Back then, even the Lord of the 3,000 worlds and the Dragon God were not as arrogant as you. Gongsun Jiang's expression was extremely gloomy. He was a dignified ancestor who had just come out of the eternal tomb, yet someone was pointing at him like this. This was not something that could be easily tolerated. Do you really think that you're so powerful? If it wasn't for the demon god escaping here, you wouldn't even be qualified to mention the Lord of the 3,000 worlds and the Dragon God's name. Now, you dare to harm the people chosen by the 3,000 worlds? Do you really think that no one can stop you? Do you believe that I won't destroy your orthodoxy here? Crazy Old Man said, not putting Gongsun Jiang in his eyes at all. North Addict, don't go too far. Don't forget that this is not the upper world. Here, you can't be that strong. If you really want to fight, you'll pay the price. Gongsun Jiang gloomily glared at Crazy Old Man and said coldly, moreover, when the demon god recovers, he won't let the 5 of you go. I can destroy your orthodoxy here right now. Try it if you don't believe me. Crazy Old Man said domineeringly. Gongsun Jiang was left speechless. He was truly afraid. North Addict and the others had no backing. If they wanted to destroy the house of Zongheng, there was no way he could stop them. With that, Crazy Ol completely ignored Gongsun Jiang. He stared straight at Qin Tiangu and roared, Qin Tiangu, you're quite bold, aren't you? You even dared to touch my disciple's son-in-law. That's enough reason for me to wipe out your legacy here. North Qi, when did I touch your disciple's son-in-law? Qin Tiangu was very depressed. His face was very gloomy. When did he know Bei Qi's son-in-law? Everyone knows that Du Xiaofu is the fiancé of my disciple, Little Shuang. Naturally, he's my disciple's son-in-law. You're quite bold, aren't you? Crazy Old Man spoke in a strange tone with a gloomy expression. Disciple's son-in-law, Qin Tiangu, was stunned and his eyes twitched. If that was true, then Bei Qi's son-in-law was indeed not someone he could casually touch. He was not afraid of anyone in this world, but East Deity, Nanru, Shi Yao and North Addict were definitely not people he wanted to provoke. He knew the background of these 5 people, and he could not afford to offend them. The reinforcements are here. A top expert is coming. The army of Huang country was excited. Is that little Shuang's master? He's a terrifying expert. South guarding King Ouyang Qi was pleasantly surprised. He had already known that his granddaughter had become a disciple of a super expert, but this was the first time he had seen it. Judging from the current situation, Ouyang Shuang's master was an existence that even the ancient experts of the legalism and House of Zongheng were afraid of. Middle deity, North Addict, Fu Yibai and Crazy Old Man are the middle deity and North Addict. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still in deep shock. Fu Yibai and Crazy Old Man were actually the middle deity and North Addict of the 5 mysterious experts. How could this not shock Du Xiaofu? Then, something that shocked Du Xiaofu even more occurred. While Du Xiaofu was still in shock from Fu Yibai and Crazy Old Man, Du Tingxian withdrew his Divine Thunder armor and Divine Thunder spear. He took a step forward and respectfully looked at Fu Yibai while kneeling on one knee in the air. He bowed and said, "Back then, Master said that if this disciple could step into the Saint Martial realm within 200 years, then this disciple would barely have the qualifications to enter your sect. Today, this disciple is fortunate enough to step into the Saint Martial realm in 200 years. Nirvana of a grand sovereign and stepping into the Saint Martial realm within 50 years. This is passable in the eyes of the upper echelons. From now on, I will acknowledge you as my personal disciple." Fu Yibai spoke with a deadpan expression, but he couldn't hide the satisfaction in his eyes as he looked at Du Tingxian. Nirvana of a grand sovereign, possessing the lightning martial vein, and stepping into the Saint Martial realm within 50 years. Such talent was definitely enough to compete for supremacy in the upper echelons. How could Fu Yibai not be secretly happy? If this was brought to the upper echelons, it would be enough for him to be in the limelight. Master, Fu Yibai is the master of Drunkard Dad. Du Xiaofu was stunned and dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he couldn't retract his jaw for a long time. Fu Yibai was actually the master of Drunkard Dad. What? Fu Yibai is third uncle's master. Fu Yibai is Tingshuan's master. Everyone in the Du family was dumbfounded and shocked. No wonder Tingxian was able to rise. So it was because of Fu Yibai. An old man in the Du family seemed to have understood something and trembled. Gongsun Jiang, Long Wangu, Deng Quang, Hui Wu, Long Qianchao, and Su Sanyan were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect Du Xiaofu to be Bei Qi's son-in-law and Du Tingxian to be the disciple of Zhongtong god Fu Yibai. At this moment, Qin Yunlong was even more dumbfounded. Qin Tiangu and the rest of the supremes of legalism were being held in the hands of Zhen Qinchun. Legalism was against Han Aodong and Du Tingxian back then because they felt that nameless juniors in the outside world were just ant. If they could form a marriage alliance with the school of vertical and horizontal, it would strengthen legalism. But if they knew that Du Tingxian was the disciple of an expert like Zhongtong god Fu Yibai, they wouldn't have objected back then. It was simply what they wished for. Even if they knew that Du Tingxian could enter the Saint Martial realm within 50 years, legalism wouldn't have done so. Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, Gongsun Jiang, and the rest were dumbfounded. Zhongtong god and Bei Qi were here. Not to mention protecting that descendant and the person chosen by the ruler of the 3,000 worlds. Even if Du Tingxian was the inner disciple of Zhongtong god and Du Xiaofu was Bei Qi's son-in-law, they wouldn't be able to touch them today. Everyone was still in a daze. At this moment, Fu Yibai was extremely unnatural, but he still arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. That domineering and serious face with the temperament of a peerless expert squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying at Du Xiaofu. He revealed his yellowed front teeth and said with a warm and friendly voice, "Big brother, I'm not late, am I?" Qin Tiangu was dumbfounded. Long Wangu was dumbfounded. Gongsun Jiang was dumbfounded. At this moment the entire place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 22:19. Many people were no longer surprised. Back in the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, and outside the Divine Domain, the mysterious Fu Ibai had already called the Demon King Du Xiaofu Big Brother. However, most of the people present had never been to the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, especially Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, and the others. They were dumbfounded to the extreme, and their star-like eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, the expression on Du Dingshuan's face was also extremely unnatural. He wished he could beat Du Xiaofu up. Ku, the old monster green fox, had quietly put away his green light sky-shattering fox body. Watching the scene unfold in front of him one after another, his throat was boiling, and he kept swallowing his saliva. At this moment, the old monster green fox couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he hadn't run away. He didn't expect that apart from the golden-winged great rocks and phoenixes, the Demon King Du Xiaofu actually had so many terrifying experts behind him. He had heard of the names of the Central Deity and the Northern Addict before. They were related to some of the secrets of the current world. They were terrifying existences that were enough to make Qin Tiangu and Long Wangu fear. "I'm not late. Just in time." Du Xiaofu felt rather helpless at this moment. If he had known that Fu Ibai was so tyrannical back then, he wouldn't have made that bet with him. However, when he thought of how Fu Ibai was so powerful that even Qin Tiangu had to be wary of him, he pretended to be a fool in the Du family and fooled Du Xiaofu for so long. When he saw his disciples' family being separated, he did not even ask about it. Du Xiaofu was furious. This old fellow was too deceitful. "It's good that you're fine." Fu Ibai smiled at Du Xiaofu embarrassedly. "Greetings, Grandmaster." Du Xiaojing bowed to Fu Ibai. Han Aodong also bowed slightly, retracting the shock in her eyes. She also didn't know about this matter. Good. It's good that the family is reunited." Fu Ibai nodded with a smile in his eyes. However, when he looked at Du Xiaofu, the smile on his face became somewhat unnatural. With a serious expression, he said, "Big brother, let the people from the desolate country return first. You have to come with us, there are some things we need to discuss with you." Du Xiaofu glanced at the legalism sky city behind him. The legalism disciples were all trembling in fear. He stared coldly at Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, and the others. They don't dare to move. Otherwise, there will be people who won't be polite. Fu Ibai's gaze swept across Qin Tiangu and the rest. His voice seemed to have been purposely spoken, and when it landed in Qin Tiangu and the rest's ears, it sounded extremely ugly. "Zhong Tongshan, are you deliberately going against us?" "Deng," he said with a gloomy expression, "I don't believe that you've recovered. You've been here for so long. You've probably been affected even more than we were in the Tomb of Eternity. It seems like you want to give it a try. I'll give you a chance." Fu Ibai turned around and looked at Deng Ming with his hands behind his back. There was a strange splendor in his eyes. "All right, let's give it a try." Deng Ming gritted his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure soared into the sky. A pair of huge, illusory silver wings spread out from his back. They were suffused with white light and mist that spread across the void. Although the wings were illusory, they seemed to have materialized. They carried the power of heaven and earth and a mighty saint aura. In an instant, a gale rose and dark clouds gathered. Astral winds wreaked havoc and the earth quaked. Boom! Deng Ming struck out with his palm. The heavens collapsed, the earth cracked, and a gale rose. The sky was vast and mighty, blooming with divine light. The world trembled as if it was about to collapse. Such a palm enveloped the world and made all living beings palpitate. Even Du Xiaofu, who was standing behind Fu Ibai, was secretly trembling in the face of such a palm. Such strength was far from what Qin Minglong and the others could compare to. But at this moment Fu Ibai stood in the void. His tattered robe fluttered, and his white hair fluttered like a bird's nest. He was calm and unmoved like a boulder. But in the next instant, Fu Ibai advanced instead of retreating with his feet in the void. His figure soared into the sky, radiating with boundless light and a monstrous aura. Below him, the 1,000-foot-tall city walls of Sky City were uprooted and shattered in midair. Boom! As Fu Ibai rushed in front of Deng Ming, he struck out with a fist. Radiance blotted out the sky as it collided with the former's palm. Boom! Such a collision made one's soul feel as if it was about to explode. The sound was so loud that it was like endless heavenly thunder. Blazing runes and Saint Aura spread out and filled the void as supreme energy surged and swept across. The world turned upside down as Sky City continued to collapse. The void turned blurry as the sky planes collapsed. Abyss-like cracks on the ground interweaved like spider webs and tore the canyon apart. Such a scene of destruction was incomparably terrifying and shocking. Such supreme energy swept across and shook the universe. It was as if the stars in the 9 heavens were about to be shaken down. The void collapsed as the planes turned into fine powder. Sky City had a great array covered in talismans and mysterious runes, but it couldn't stop such terrifying fluctuations. All the buildings and towers were destroyed and turned into ruins. Many miserable cries could be heard. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Deng Ming's body was pushed back in a straight line and shattered the void. Fu Ibai's body only swayed slightly, but his expression was calm. So powerful! Du Xiaofu was overwhelmed with emotions. At this time, Fu Ibai and the old lunatic appeared again to help him and force back those ancient experts. How could he not be excited? Seeing Deng Ming being pushed back, Qin Tiangu, Long Wangu, and the others trembled inwardly as their eyes flickered. Whoever dares to bully my disciple and his son, I will kill them. If there are people in the same realm who can kill them, it's because their cultivation is not high enough. I have nothing to say, Fu Ibai said, his voice shaking the surroundings. Then, he ignored Qin Tiangu and the others and looked at Du Xiaofu behind him. Follow me. The others can go back first. Okay, wait for me. Du Xiaofu nodded. This was already the best result. Then, he said to his mother and Du Xiaojing, Mother, Xiaojing, let's go home. Let's go home. Han Aodong nodded, her face full of smiles. The family of 4 left Sky City. Legalism's densely packed gazes were fixed on them. They didn't dare to open their mouths and trembled because of it. Qin Tiangu's expression was gloomy. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. Welcome, Empress Dowager. Welcome, First Princess. On the warship, the desolate country's army saluted. Their voices converged and soared into the sky. It's good that you're back. The family is finally reunited. Some of the elders of the Du family had tears in their eyes. The family was finally reunited. Grandmother, godmother, little star, Du Xiaoqing rushed in front of Han Aodong and intimately held Han Aodong's arm. Auntie. Sister Xiaojing. Auntie. Sister Xiaojing. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Shui, Du Hao, Du Gui, Du Yu, and the others walked up. Go home. Your family is still waiting for you. The elders of the Du family walked up. Their bodies were trembling and their noses were sour. Okay, Han Aodong didn't know what to say. She just kept smiling. She looked at Du Xiaoqing and little Xingxing beside her. Looking at everyone in front of her, she smiled and smiled. Her eyes started to moisten. Chapter 22:20. Mother, I'll leave this person to you. Du Xiaofu went to Zhen Qingchuan's side and took the High Lord of Legalism from Zhen Qingchun to his mother Han Aodong's side. The High Lord of Legalism's face was pale. He had yet to recover from his shock at the scene before him. Du Tingxian was actually the disciple of a mid-divine conduit. There were so many strong cultivators behind the Legalism family. In just a few decades, the desolate country had become so powerful that it could crush its peers. Han Aodong said to Du Xiaofu, Xiaofu, let go of him. He is your grandfather after all. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, then released the seal on the High Lord. At this moment, the High Lord of Legalism was stunned. He looked at Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, the green fox monster, Hualei Zi, and the others. His heart trembled. "Father, let's go back," Han Aodong said to the High Lord of Legalism. "Aodong, are you really going to leave with them? If you leave, you'll be unfilial." The High Lord of Legalism stared at Han Aodong, his eyes twitching. "Father, I'm unfilial. Let's go back." Han Aodong looked calm. "If you leave with them today, don't even think about stepping into the door of legalism in the future. From now on, you're no longer a member of legalism. You'll be expelled from legalism. We'll sever all ties as father and daughter." The High Lord of Legalism said with a gloomy face. "Fine. I'm unfilial. From now on, I'll no longer be a disciple of legalism." As Han Aodong's voice fell, pain flashed through her eyes. Light flashed in her hand and a lock of hair behind her head was cut off. She said, "We'll sever all ties as father and daughter as well. I'll repay you for raising me in my next life. In this life, I'll pretend that I don't have a daughter like Aodong." As her voice fell, the hair in Han Aodong's hand turned into ashes. She then knelt in the air and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the High Lord of Legalism. Then, she kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Sky City. "Ha ha ha ha," the High Lord of Legalism sneered, his face twitching. He didn't expect his daughter to really want to sever all ties and leave legalism. 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 Of legalism. Do you really think you can leave legalism so? You? Legalisms. Do you really think legalism? Legalism? Legalismry. Legalism is legalism, legalism art? S's. Legalism's legalism, success is. Legalism's Lu. Legalism, S's. Legalism bang. With a muffled thud, the sovereign of legalism was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew towards Sky City. Boom. Legalism's body fell to the ground outside Sky City's walls, causing the earth to shake and the ground to crack. Ao Tong spared your life once in my son's hands. Just now, for Ao Tong's sake, I spared your life again. You can consider it as me repaying my parents' kindness. From now on, she has nothing to do with legalism, Du Tingxian said. He was the one who had attacked just now. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes. The body of the Lord of Legalism crawled out from the pile of rubble. He was covered in blood and his face was pale. He raised his head and looked at Du Dingshuan's family with resentment. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything more and swept his gaze around. Fortunately, there was no danger today. Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, Fu Yibai, and the old lunatic had arrived. Many thanks, Senior. Du Xiaofu bowed to Senior Heavenly Wood Divine Tree. He was grateful. He had already received its help several times. This favor was not ordinary. No need to be so polite. It's fine as long as you're fine. The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree nodded with a smile. He knew that even if he hadn't come, the desolate country would still be fine. That Central Connection God and North Addict must have already paid attention to this place. Afterward, Du Xiaofu told Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Zhen Qinchun, Yi Lao, and Du Yunlong. He transmitted his voice to the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree and Hualei Zi to protect the desolate country's people and return to the desolate country first. There will always be a time to settle some scores with a famous family. The Heavenly Wood Divine Tree looked at Deng Ai, its green eyes filled with coldness. Hearing this, Hui Wu's face darkened. Back then, he was the one who did it. He didn't expect that Fang Jijia still had survivors. Now that the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree had come out of the Heavenly Devil battlefield, it was a great disaster for a famous family. Deng Ming's expression was very ugly. He didn't say anything. He hadn't interfered in the matter back then. At that time, he had already entered the Eternal Tomb, but he naturally knew what the Heavenly Wood Divine Tree was talking about. He also knew that Fang Jijia would definitely not let this matter rest. Boom! The vast ancient battlefield surged. The desolate country's army rushed onto the warships, shaking the void. Then, Huolei Zi, Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and the old monster Green Fox left. Legalism's disciples, Qin Tiangu, Su Sanyan, Long Wangu, and Deng Ai watched Huolei Zi and the others leave. Their eyes trembled, but no one dared to say anything. Let's go. Fu Yibai's figure flickered as he left with the old lunatic. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Qin Tiangu, Deng Ai, Long Wangu, and Gongsun Jiang, saying, I will remember all of you here today. I will deal with all of you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu followed closely behind. Long Wangu, Qin Tiangu, Gongsun Jiang, and Deng Kuei exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions were extremely ugly and solemn. With Zhong Tongshan, Bei Qi, Huolei Zi, Heavenly Wood Divine Tree, and the others behind Du Xiaofu, they had to consider the consequences if they wanted to take action. The mountain was steep and the trees were lush. When Du Xiaofu followed Fu Yibai and the old lunatic to this place, there were a few simple and unadorned buildings that gave off a sense of vicissitude. I knew you weren't dead. You won't die. A peerlessly beautiful woman rushed out. Her long, slender legs were curved in an alluring arc, accentuating her perfect figure. Her beautiful countenance was simply capable of hooking the souls of men. She spread her arms and rushed in front of Du Xiaofu, as her eyes were filled with excitement. My life is tough. No one can take it. Du Xiaofu smiled and hugged the soft jade in front of him. Du Xiaofu didn't find it strange that Ouyang Shuang was here. Her master was Old Lunatic. Old Lunatic appeared behind Du Xiaofu with a dry cough. What are you coughing for? You're already a big girl. You'll get married sooner or later. Fu Yibai walked over and glanced at Old Lunatic. It's a pity that such a good cabbage has been taken. Old Lunatic's voice was a little strange, as if his cabbage had been taken by a pig. Master, what are you talking about? Ouyang Shuang came back to her senses and fell from Du Xiaofu's embrace. Her charming cheeks blushed like a peach. Du Xiaofu was also depressed. How did he end up taking cabbages? Come in. Old Lunatic opened his mouth and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, Du Xiaofu saw a weathered youth and an ethereal middle-aged man in a small courtyard.